Maybe consider our third quarter that we're meeting. We won't be meeting this
This is the bills agenda. Right there. 2023, that's June.
Great meeting.
That's where my July 6th is.
Yeah, unless there is something that we need to meet about specifically, then. So the building permits, I did see in my report. Main agenda class as well. If the class.
That is just, that's all my math from that last opt-out. I circled Harrison, what we spent on average in that township the last 5 years.
Well, I don't know. Where's your sensor?
This is because the way the a lot of these people out there are avoiding 250. They've got big stuff. This is the Harrison would be the equivalent of what we had before. It'd be their, what they pay now in this and $17,000. Additional, yeah, in addition.
What do they pay now?
I'm not 100% sure what number it is.
The numbers I got from Doug, if we look at that, what I circled there, that average, what we spent per year over the last 5 years, we're a little bit short of 5,000 short per year. So 4,700 and something is average what we've been short. If we average the last 5 years, we've been short about 4,700.
Here's
In here? Maybe one day.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
I got a resolution.
Since I've been here, I guess.
It'll be the same amount they've been paying
The same
before.
levy.
The same levy, but that's what the additional amount. For that. And I do think that's what we should do rather than let them do. But that's, we'll talk about that later.
Yep.
Like to call the meeting to order of Planning and Zoning Commission Board of Adjustment.
Hey, hi, everybody. So you just had my building permit report this month. Any questions on any of the building permits we received for the month of June? No? Okay. So in discussion, the Planning and Zoning Board is supposed to meet at least 4 times a year, 3 or 4 times a year. So we're just gonna we moved it to every month, but we're just gonna get rid of it unless there is something where we need to review like a conditional use permit or anything like that. So we're gonna meet once a quarter, the first month of the quarter. So the next time the planning and zoning, unless a conditional use permit is applied for in the next few months, we won't meet as planning and zoning until October 3rd. So
You mean we won't have it as an entry in the agenda?
no, okay?
And
then class-
It will be quarterly unless
Unless there's special meetings that need to, a public meeting,
What does the zoning ordinance say about that?
that's what the zoning ordinance and that's what the state
Quarterly.
says, yes. Yes. We put it at the beginning when I started, because we were not meeting enough before I started. So now we're just gonna go to quarterly unless we have something special to talk about,
Does anybody got a problem with that?
okay? Okay, Before we have that one plat to review, the Grass Lake Grazing Association edition. Everybody looked at it, everything was good.
Those other radiators, if they want to inspect it, large view.
Every time I look at it, I think everybody's sitting off on it, so.
See it?
You want to see it?
So we just recommend it. to the commission.
Yeah.
Do we have a vote?
No.
Nothing unusual there, you see, yeah? Very cool.
No, there's access,
I see no reason we don't push it on to the
Commission?
commission.
We need it.
Is that the consensus?
Our plats that size, normally, we normally have plats that are that big, that many acres.
we can, yes. We've had some in the past, yes. Vivo, I know the Vivo edition is that large. He platted around in Carlton Township, that whole area that he purchased. The reason why a lot of banks like to see exactly what the land that they're purchasing is, and not all the time, but sometimes, yes. Okay. And then while we're in here, I'm gonna mosey into my office, but Nicole started yesterday. I don't know if you guys all know her. So if you wanna stop in before you leave and introduce yourself, you sure can. Okay?
Okay.
Welcome.
Good.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jim.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Thanks, Jamie.
Should be on, I guess, right?
I need a motion to close out of here.
Move that we end that meeting and go to the county commission proceedings.
Second thing.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, we're at our regular commissioners meeting. Any questions on the consent agenda items?
That revenue budget that, I did building permits is 1,500 and some percent over, is that because of the wind towers?
It is.
Okay, we weren't figured in the beginning. It's a nice thing to have, 1,500% too much revenue in that.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
No other questions from me? Would move to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, motion passed.
Hannah couldn't be here, she's flying solo with the library. But what they have is, Andrea Fiala's term as a trustee is expiring,
Yeah, I know.
and they suggested that you approve the appointment of having her come back and maintain that position.
Do we need a motion for that, then?
Yeah, because it's an appointment that has to be by roll call.
Okay, I move that we approve
I
that.
will second.
Roll call vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And we kind of skipped over you.
That's okay.
I don't go on.
I don't need anything today.
You don't?
Surprise, no, I don't. We actually voted in November, the Leaders Association did, to move Achievement Days. And so historically, it has always been the first Thursday and Friday in August. It is now the Monday and Tuesday of that week, so Achievement Days moved up to the 31st of August or the 31st of July and the 1st of August.
When's the state fair?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Starts the 1st of September.
Oh.
So-
We'll be early.
Huh?
We'll be kind of early, won't we?
We'll only be 2 days early on our start.
It's gonna be the 30th of July.
31st of July and the 1st of August, so it's Monday and Tuesday instead of Thursday, Friday that week. So they moved it up 3 days. So, just wanted to make sure you all were aware of that and to make sure you know that you were more than welcome to come out. Monday lunch will be the beef sandwich special, and Tuesday will be pig sandwiches, and then we're doing the barbecue appreciation supper Tuesday night before the premium sale. So just wanted to make sure y'all are aware of that. Please come out and see how the kids are doing, and hopefully it won't be so blasphemous hot like it was last year. It was horrible last year, so. That is all I wanted. Oh, and we are tearing out the old kitchen in the far west building. We're cleaning that up, getting rid of that mouse infested storage facility, so that's the big things we're up to right now. Shotgun got started last night. I heard there was 8 kids out there, 7 or 8 kids out there. We're a few kids short, but forgot about it. I've got 6 kids doing robotics. I finally found a volunteer to do that so that they actually can learn something instead of my inept attempts at that. Because me and robots don't get along. And this year, instead of dropping eggs off the courthouse, they have to squeeze toothpaste onto a toothbrush in at least 7 steps. It's a Rube Goldberg schematic, so they have to set up simple tools to squeeze toothpaste out of a tube onto a toothbrush. So like you start a marble down a ramp, which knocks over a bunch of dominoes, which drops a weight onto the toothpaste, just splats it onto the toothbrush. They have to do it in 7 steps or more, between 7 and 20 steps.
I think your next project should be to figure out how to put the toothpaste back into.
With the group of kids we got, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to do that. I wouldn't put it past them at all to sit there and think about that, because just listening to him yesterday, I was like, yep, I'm glad we found Luke. Luke Neighbor is taking over that project, and thank God for that, because those kids are way smarter than I. So, that's kind of what we're up to. That's all I needed.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, first thing, Brandon's up on his 3-year, it'll be the last step in his, wage scale. It's already in place, so I'd like to approve that. Right?
Second.
Immediate.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion?
Yeah.
He did.
Jim Jones.
Who's second? Way too fast, or?
Hurry up, get that pen on paper.
What else do I have on there?
Wait a second, we gotta vote.
We did.
Oh,
We did?
how many times you told me?
Oh, sorry.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does he still get paid even though he's taking a week off?
Yep.
We go down.
I should suspend it.
Yeah.
What happened to it?
He jumped out of the back of the pickup and his tail caught something and sliced him right down, so.
I saw that dog last night almost leap onto Brandon's roof of his house. He did it like 6 times in a row, didn't quite make it. I couldn't believe it.
Dog's a maniac. He's just like, yeah. The thing, he's not a bite dog, I'll just say that.
That's supposed to have a drug record. He has it.
Yeah, he's nuts. Also not on the agenda is I'm going to Sturgis again, that'll be August 2nd. So I'll be gone. Got Brandon and Edwin and James all here and Chelsea, so should be fine.
Need a consensus or any problem?
Well, you can't do anything about that.
Well, no said.
I wasn't gonna come anyway.
That's dumb.
August 2nd through
It's,
the week of the rally.
yes, 2nd through the 12th,
Through the-
2nd through the 13th, whatever, so. Other than that, any questions?
Is that the new taser?
No, we gotta get trained special on those, and that's July 25th. We will get to Casey with the new ones.
Do you ask for volunteers? Do you tease each other?
I've done it once and I'll never do it again.
Put that right up there with testing the brakes on the elevator, wasn't it?
Yeah. But if you wanna come watch, Edwin hasn't been tased yet.
No, I don't even wanna see that.
He's gonna be sick that day.
Yeah. But that's all I got.
That it?
Thanks, Shane.
That's everything. That didn't even cost us anything.
No.
Well, yeah, it
Well,
did.
yeah.
Yeah, it did. but- Kim?
Well, thank you for your time again. Just wanted to, approach and just talk to you about, the bank is partnering in a program that allows the county to increase their FDIC insurance from over the $250,000 that they currently receive to being fully insured for all your deposits through the partnering program that we're working on. We do give an additional interest rate that we are paying on your deposits as the just incentivizing for partnering into this. I talked with Kim a little bit about the program. It does involve a minor amount of additional bookkeeping with it. There'll be in just reconciling accounts at the end of the month. Your deposits are still fully liquid. You're able to draw on them at any time that you want. It just has a little bit of accounting difference in how it's being handled. Instead of being backed by securities that are pledged to the state of South Dakota to back all the public fund deposits, it's moving to FDIC insurance for all of your deposits instead of being capped at $250,000.
So you see any problems?
I don't think.
Do we need to approve that?
Well, Kim has authority as the investment officer, but I don't think it would hurt to make it part of your record.
I'm for it if you think it makes sense, and Tim, if you think that's would serve our needs better.
Yeah, and we've had other state and even federal programs that have been partnering in this for over a year.
And then at Springdown workshop, a few of the ladies said they were doing the sweep accounts. It's kind of typically what it is, and they seem to like it.
And we have more coverage and get rid of some horrible financial.
You'd be moved to fully FDIC insured for all of your deposits. Right now, you're capped at the $250,000 on FDIC insurance, and we pledge additional assets to the state of South Dakota to back all public fund deposits.
I don't think we approve it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
That was a good idea. Glad you found it.
The next item is to carry over from the last meeting, just to formalize the representatives on that.
Oh, that's you and I.
Need a motion to do it?
I don't think so, because basically you're just acting as liaisons, right?
Yeah. It's just add on.
That's what I thought. So I think it's more or less just to make it part of the regular agenda.
So what should we do?
You can make a motion, it doesn't cost anything. Just to move to recognize that you're liaisons for an organization.
I think it should be made clear that if Jim and I are appointed, that we're not to take a position one side or the other of this pipeline. I believe what they're asking us for is supporting landowners' property rights and what they feel is the misuse of eminent domain.
Yes.
I don't think we should take a position on the pipeline. I think that would be inappropriate, even if we do have our own opinions. I think they've asked us to speak up on behalf of the landowners and what they feel is their plight. And having this thing when they don't want it is what I believe they're asking us.
That's where I was.
So do you want to make a motion? Or are we just gonna go on consensus?
I think it would be more appropriate if somebody besides us.
Right, before you make a motion.
I'll move to appoint Jim Jones and Jim Esherbum to the, what is it, Coalition of county commissioners to serve.
I'd second. I see no reason why, I mean, like you said, we're not necessarily acting on anything, and you're just there in support or transferring information through your meetings and so forth to the rest of the commissioners.
I see that Doug did send us that several counties have, and we would, I guess we would be speaking collectively, not as the board, but for the board, and if that is, if you guys all agree that maybe eminent domain is being misused, I certainly do. I just don't, I've stated so many times, if this is allowed, where do we then draw the line? Are we gonna have wind towers? Are we gonna have solar panels? What all is gonna qualify for eminent domain? Will there be private property rights left? That's what really concerns me.
We have a motion and a second. We need to vote. All those in
I
favor?
would assume with us two.
Aye.
Aye.
I will abstain, but thank you.
Ready to canvass votes?
Yeah.
Bob?
Did you say, Carl?
You said votes.
Vote.
Oh,
Oh, I thought maybe they found it. Yeah.
That's one thing that
That's
Who wants the honor of opening the box?
I think Luke should.
Okay.
No, go ahead and look at it.
Well, bend that to a break. Soft.
Then that till it breaks.
Yep. Now, because there's only one ballot cast, I don't have a litany of things to read to you today.
Somebody got the flyer for it?
I know.
Right? Yep. Back and forth with those.
No.
There you go. Almost like an episode of Price is Right.
Yeah, there you go. Pull it all out.
Yep. Okay, and then the poll book is inside the envelope. I take the recap. Recap shows we sent them 50 ballots, they returned 50 ballots, 49 unused, 1 used.
One vote.
This is the official tally sheet.
Boy, they don't want to just get in, do you?
No.
Exciting day.
I think it's,
Do I just go to the sign,
Yep. The poll book indicates one voter, correct?
Ryan voter, yes?
And it is signed by the election officials.
We have Tammy Schaefer and Ken Schaefer.
And then you agree that there is one ballot. And it's marked appropriately. Any questions for me as the overseer of the election?
So I sign this and you sign?
I just, do we need to approve it? Have they canvassed it?
Yes. Do you want to examine the materials?
No.
Okay.
Motion to
Certainly
approve.
may.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. And then I'll have a form for you. It might be in your folder.
I think we should commend Doug for all the work he did for that vote.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, we're on time for that.
It was a lot of work for one vote, but that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Sir, you'll have to repeat your motion for me.
Vote.
Craig
I
Paul,
made the motion.
who's second?
Jones.
The vote?
Unanimous? Yes.
Ayes.
Is there a form in there, Lou?
Yes. We all need to sign it, right?
Correct. As the canvassers.
You said there was 23 registered voters?
Correct. Figuring out the percentage of participation.
4.3% voter turnout.
That was fun. Oh, heavens.
Hello, welcome. Are you gonna visit with them? We time. We're way ahead of schedule.
Do you need to talk to us?
What's this?
Thank you, sirs.
Yeah.
Is that it then for the election?
It is.
Long time before.
Cool.
Again, I've got two things on the agenda, but if you don't mind, I'll start with a report on the elevator. The elevator is essentially finished. The painter finished all the painting yesterday. Well, nothing messes up a good work week like the holiday. Otherwise they would be farther along. But the things that remain is to do is the Schumacher elevator, to do the final electrical checks, and for Total Construction Solutions, they need to check all the components before they turn it over to us, as much as anything else for liability reasons. They need to verify the fire alarms are working, and Total Construction Solutions needs to put in the carpet and finish sheeting the penthouse on the roof. But other than that, we're done. If the carpet has been ordered locally from Don Nye, and there's a delay in getting it in, if it goes much longer, Total Construction Solutions promised that they would just put some cheap carpeting in to get us going. And sometime in the next ad, then they will put it when the final carpet comes in, they'll come back and put that in.
Are those control panels that we see now, the final version?
No.
Okay, when does the historic ones?
The historic ones could be as much as 3 months out,
Oh,
but it just, obviously, it's not worth waiting on that. So, we're very close, so.
We don't have a date, they don't give you a date.
I don't have a date yet, but, I hope to have one. Well, if it wasn't for the holiday, I probably would have a date. They'll be back out here Monday. The general contractor of Total Construction Solutions will be out here Monday working. So I have expectations that they'll have it turned over to us, and we'll have it open to the public by the end of the month. Maybe sooner.
Did you mention that Pearson Harris was here?
He didn't say that. Well, I've talked to Pearson
He
Harris.
was here, yes.
Okay, he
They
didn't.
did a walkthrough.
Pearson Harris, I've gotten into, I didn't know, he didn't say anything to me, but I have talked with him on the phone. They are in the process of finishing out all of the billing for it. So we should have the final, God willing, we'll have the final bill by the next commission meeting. So, and so far, the only change orders we had are the two that were there about the decorative control panels and removing the radio mast. That have been the only change orders so far. So everything's coming together on it. So that's good news.
has anything happened with the antenna up there?
Well, we took the old radio mast down, and it's gone off to the junkyard. I mean, it's a scrap.
There's still a big one up there.
There's still a big one up there that's still being used, and the electrician is going to reinstall the vertical obstruction beacon up there. And it's low enough that it's not required, and I went over and talked with that's the red light that goes on top of it. I went over and talked with I literally went out to the parking lot, talked to the helicopter pilot when he was here one time, and he said they're not concerned about it being there, but we're gonna put it back up there all the same. I mean, I want that thing back. We've got it downstairs. We got an electrician that can mount it, but just put it up there. So just to be on the safe side. Legally, when it's low enough, we're not obligated to. And the helicopter pilot, frankly, not worried about it, but I think it's a good idea to have it up there.
Is the Kello Live Cam still up there?
That is, yeah, it's one of
I was
them.
wondering why you're talking about it.
Yeah, that didn't work out, so they just moved it over to the shorter of the two.
Last time I was up there, I noticed that it was up, I assumed that was on some of the property scale, so. Yeah, everything has been taken care of with the mast except for remounting the vertical structure beacon. So this went together, frankly, a whole lot smoother than I thought. Somebody must be doing some clean living, so. All right, do you have any questions about the elevator? The two things are going on. I just got off the phone this morning with Interstate Power Systems. The generator broke down week before last. I noticed after I was checking it as it was finishing up its weekly run, it comes on for 15 minutes every Monday morning at 9 o'clock this time of the year. Daylight savings time runs for 15 minutes. It started leaking coolant. So I shut everything down, called Interstate Power Systems. They sent their tech out here and he took the oil cooler off of it, took it back to the shop and tested it. And it turns out that part is what's failed. It was either that or the head gasket or the head cracked. But it's the oil cooler. They said that ordering one, they'll have it here they have it here Monday or Tuesday. The bill on that's going to be somewhere around $2,200. So, it's expensive. But I mean, we use it as the emergency generator, and it has to work when we need it. When it's going to be needed is in the wintertime when Arlen is running an emergency operations center and the power goes off. We need for it to work flawlessly, and it keeps the sheriff's department's radios going without any breakup. So I don't think we're going. Well, we've got the service contract with Interstate Power Systems. They serviced it back in February. The thing's going on 10 years. We've had a part break on it, so it's a specialized piece of equipment, and they know how to maintain it. So my recommendation is we just go ahead and pay it and get it dealt with.
Let's see the choice.
No.
Other than that, yeah, repairing them, which is kind of a 50-50 deal. Oil coolers.
And as I told the guy, that actually it's good news, because if it was the head, we'd be dealing with a much more expensive repair. So, and it's expensive, it's still expensive. So I'll go ahead and get that taken care of next week if you're in agreement. The other thing, I was going to bring this up this month, but events got ahead of me. We had to do some repairs to the boiler, the south boiler. We've got two boilers down there. Some of the tubes were plugged. I got a call from GNR Control. We have a maintenance contract with GNR Control that we paid for earlier in the year. GNR Control will come out here, break the thing down, have it open for inspection, clean it, service everything, put it back together, and get it ready for the winter. They'll be here sometime next month, probably, or September, to do that. But they called me and told me Midwest Boiler was available. So and it was a whole lot cheaper to get them here without having to just pay for them to make one trip. They were over in Highmore. I talked to Commissioner Wormsman about this, and had them go ahead and deal with it. They replaced 8 tubes. I thought that the bill was going to be about $5,000. We budgeted for the repairs. It turns out I got the invoice yesterday that the repairs were $2,005.11.
I'm a little unclear as to how they were discovering those problems this time of the year.
Well, last year, we had, I believe it was 3 tubes failed, 3 of the heat tubes, and they isolated it by plugging them. So we already knew that we had those problems, that those tubes needed to be replaced. It used to be that a few years ago, well, when I first started here, the inspector was kind of lax on that they would, if you had less than 10% of them plugged, they didn't care. But now, once they get plugged, before they recertified, they want those tubes replaced. So we knew that they had 3 that needed to be replaced. When they got here, we got the boiler open and inspected it, they found 5 more tubes that were gonna fail this winter.
Are there 18 altogether?
No, there are only 8.
Oh, I thought it was way more.
Oh, no, 8 that were replaced. There's 77
Oh,
total.
there's that many?
And it, yes. So the way it works now is the state inspector will allow us to do emergency repair to keep it going during the winter. That's plugging. But after winter's over, before they inspect it, and then before the next inspection, which happens every 2 years, they want every plug tube replaced, or they won't certify it. So we expected this repair. Gentlemen, I really thought that we were going to be dealing with a minimum of $5,000, but it's 2,000. So, and I need to ask for your forgiveness because I just had to go ahead and do it because it was going to be cheaper one way or the other if they were already here in town.
And Will did call me and told me that they were in Highmore, they could do it right now. It was gonna save us money that way, they didn't have to come back out here. And I just gave him the go-ahead to do it. It was, it needed to be done anyway, and if we could save money by doing it.
Do you need anything from us for affirmation of that action or not?
Like that, I don't know.
I think we just got
Yeah,
that.
so
It's just that
it's another one of those.
I did
without.
Okay, you got it, it's gotta be done.
Yeah.
But that's why I gave him the go-ahead to do it.
Totally fine with that.
Because you told me and figured it was gonna be about 5,000, and then you shot me a text that it was less than that. I was like, okay, it was even better.
Pleasantly surprised. One of the things that they did, and I will talk with GNR Control about this when they're here doing the service. Last winter, one of the pipes, the radiator pipes that feed a radiator up, that feeds the radiator up in the entranceway failed down in the AA room. It just started spewing steam. I had to do an emergency patch on it, and I never could get a plumber out, a steam pipe plumber out here to fix it. They kept calling the guy, never came. When Midwest Boiler was here, I had them take a look at it, and they essentially cut out the leak and plugged the 2 ends of the pipes. The I'm gonna have GNR Control look at it and see what can be done about it. It turns out that radiator in the entranceway wasn't working anyway. Steam wasn't getting to it, and then the pipe below it started leaking. I'll report back to you about what it's gonna take to repair that. Obviously, it wasn't that much of a hardship because it hasn't worked for quite a while. So, but it would be nice to get it going if we can. Well, that's all that I've got for you, gentlemen. Do you have any questions for me?
Just one quick. Anything new on the handicap inputs on the west side?
No, sir. I have, I'm making that a future project for the next year or actually either next year or the following year. More than likely it's going to be the following year. I have spoken with House of Glass, who have installed the doors here and over at the library, and they've told me that we're going to have to find, and they could do the doors, but we're going to have to find another contractor who would put a glass enclosure on the back that's wide enough to actually accommodate the doors. So I am looking into it, but I don't have anything definite to report yet. Oh, and they will be here this fall, September or so, to seal the windows. So, anything else, gentlemen? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna talk about the capital accumulation fund. And tell you about what happened the last time we brought this up. So I have the statute on the screen. The key features of this statute is that it's supposed to be for, I'll find it back in here, any purpose which is extraordinary in nature. And so when I spoke to the legislative audit the last time this came up, they felt that a lot of our expenditures that we were talking about were not extraordinary, they were just routine business. So you have to weigh extraordinary against what you're asking for. So what I did is I asked the various departments, excluding like Jeff's department, to give me a list of their vehicles so that we could figure out what their lifespan is, basically what their depreciation rate was.
But is replacing rolling stock in the highway department extraordinary? I don't,
This is rolling stock outside the department. I mean, Jeff's able to budget, is it 100 or 120 for equipment?
We got 100 of it now.
Right. And so the theory is, do you need the capital fund, or do you just want to do the same thing that he's doing, which is to have a general fund line for these purchases, and then we just figure out a schedule?
you say that one more time. The question is what?
Whether or not you want to do the same thing in the general fund, like he does in the road and bridge fund, which is just have $100,000.
We segregate that out of the general.
It would be a line item within the commissioner's budget.
But it would have to go, it wouldn't go from year to year, then it'd have to be,
Well, if you don't spend it, it just stays in the bank.
Is it 40% carryover?
It would be impacted by that. But you can do an alternative, which is to assign funds, because funds that are assigned, and they have to use that term, are not considered. That's what basically the capital accumulation fund does.
Okay, it does that, but if we don't assign a purpose for the accumulation of those funds beyond just saying capital for what, in other words?
Right, it has to be specific.
You'd have to be specific on what
Right,
it's.
so the one for the elevator said specifically to replace the elevator.
Yeah.
And so it was anything included in the replacement of the elevator. This, I mean, would basically mean that we would have to declare every single vehicle to be replaced. But it happens not necessarily on time, but they might also wear out sooner than others. So it's kind of a,
you can adjust it then, if you or not.
no, because the resolution has to have the language that you live with for the next 84 months.
How can you designate an extraordinary expense like that by knowing in advance what it's gonna be?
Correct.
How do you do that?
Well, that's what the previous opinion legislative law was, is that purchasing a vehicle for the sheriff's office is not an extraordinary event. It's a routine event.
Yeah.
And so theoretically, you could just, within the budget, create that line item for the purpose of purchasing vehicles, whether it be for the sheriff's office or.
Within the sheriff's department's budget itself.
No, it's in
Within the
yours.
general?
Yep.
Or the commissioners?
But if we create that line item, like Greg's saying, I mean, we're still not able to, like, say we create that line item for $10,000 a year for 5 years for a vehicle.
I mean, you would just budget how much you think you're gonna spend on vehicles for that year.
It would just, yeah, I mean, it would have to be.
The schedule would exist in the back of your head.
And so those kinds of expenditures would no longer be found as line items in the sheriff's budget, for example.
Correct. They submit to you a schedule, and then you decide, okay, we'll get bids on a car.
You can still
We'll get bids on a
propose-
lawnmower.
You could still, even though it's in there, couldn't you say in there that you plan on changing out
That's what the
Whatever it is.
schedule does.
your schedule with the 2010 Blazer, here would go, and this year and whatever else.
Would there be exceptions? Would there be exceptions to that, say, one gets in an accident, gets totaled out, and it isn't the vehicle we intended to replace, but we spent all the money out of that fund? I mean,
Yes, because you would budget more than what you expect to spend to allow for those contingencies.
And if it's just in the general fund, you could do that. I mean, if like you weren't planning on it and something failed on another one, you could just swap. I mean,
It would be very similar to your contingency fund in that you have earmarked it for a specific purpose. Your department head comes to you, let's say Will blows up the lawnmower, and it's not repairable for less than you can buy a new one. Then you decide, yes, you can do that, and then through the mechanism of transfer, they go buy it, we replace those funds. So the question is, does that interest you as opposed to creating a very rigid capital accumulation fund? I think what they were looking at is like buildings and large scale.
Capital accumulation fund that has to identify what the capital accumulation is to be used for.
Correct.
And when we say it's an extraordinary expense, so once in 100
Yeah.
years expense, you can't designate that in any kind of a title for that fund. You can't say this is to replace the courthouse if the third floor blows off in a tornado.
Correct.
This is to replace the highway department's office if there's an office fire. You can't say these funds are for the parking lot at the library, ruins it. You can't designate them because you can't anticipate what those disasters might be.
The only thing that you would, in that front, is if you knew a building was gonna end, like its life expectancy.
Then it wouldn't be very extraordinary, would it?
No, it wouldn't. So if you read the statute, that's the funny part about it is, it talks about, for the purpose of section, capital outlay includes any purpose which is extraordinary in nature, exceeds the funding ability of a single budget year, that's the other thing it lists. And may result in the purchase of service materials and equipment, blah, blah, blah.
I do agree with him. Extraordinary by its nature is almost unpredictable.
You can't define it.
Well,
That's why it's extraordinary.
That's how we
We don't do it because it was extraordinary. We weren't, it failed on us, or it was in the process of
And you
failing.
knew it could be supported by a single budget year.
Right.
Well, it wasn't very much of a surprise. It wasn't very extraordinary. We all knew it.
Have you talked to some other counties, do they utilize this
No, 'cause
extraordinary option?
most of them that have buildings actually have a tax levy specific to replace buildings. Or we don't.
Is that what we should be doing?
If you wanna go through an opt-out process, you can.
I don't want to do that.
I was just thinking, actually,
Our
I
history's not good, is
don't know if that would be an extraordinary thing necessarily either, but
Personally, I think if you took your contingency fund, and you added the limit to it, and earmarked it for the purchase of those vehicles, and then we just have these schedules, like Will said, he used that little pickup primarily for hauling stuff to the dump, it might last another 7 years. And if he buys another one, it might only cost him $3,000. If he buys a new mower and decides to upgrade into one that has a blower and a blade and a scoop, then he might be getting up in there, but otherwise, it's primarily just vehicles.
And how does this advance our cause? our
Only in
budgetary
plan.
Cause, huh?
Only in planning.
right, it's just changing out how your line item out, because it's all theoretically in there already.
If you put $100,000 into a capital accumulation fund, but then you spend it the next year, that's no different than having it in your regular budget and spending it that year.
So, okay.
So basically, we need to get where we feel all the departments need for those large items, those vehicles, and like put an end date on those vehicles and
Right.
place them randomly. Not
Right, so let's say
randomly,
Shane comes up with a schedule of 7 years. He can tell you, if all things being equal, in 7 years, I'm going to replace this, and it's gonna cost me roughly $75,000.
Okay, within Jeff's present budget, there is $100,000 line item for these specific purposes, correct?
That's your plan with it, right, from year to year?
Yeah.
Buy
How
trailers.
can $100,000 make a nickel's worth of difference in a $2.5–3 million operation?
It doesn't go far.
I wouldn't think so.
I'll use it then. I'll use this $100, if that's not a big deal.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it has any material effect on budget. It's such a tiny amount.
It seems like we supplement that 100,000 almost annually.
Well, we spent $800,000. What was that, 6 weeks ago?
We have basically half of that from that protection fund money from the whole time. So that was money that was laying there, and that money did not go against our 40%, so it could be laying there. So we have that covered.
Is that the max, is 100?
For which,
That's what we have put in there.
But
We can do whatever we would like
You
it
could
to
put
be.
more in there than that.
in capital accumulation, up to 5
No,
million,
not capital accumulation. Yes, capital accumulation.
up to 5 million.
Oh, okay.
But it has to meet that standard.
No, you're just talking about the line item in Jeff's budget on the 100,000.
Yes, but he's saying that same theory of accounting we could be using in his office for our budget, correct?
5, 6, your office. I just manage it.
You do the accounting.
Yep.
Okay. Am I?
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
Jeff?
Yeah, right now, and I exclude Jeff's department on purpose, because he already has it in there.
Yeah.
The largest possible purchase you would have in the general fund for a vehicle would be to replace the crawler at the rumble center. That is your most expensive conveyance outside of the highway.
What's the price tag on that?
New crawler, best guess?
250, there, you're gonna look at half million for a big product,
And then we-
Which is part of that other thing.
Just guess.
Well, where they have the state and all that, that's different. Some of those funds,
So what I'm telling you is if you're gonna do a capital accumulation fund, that would probably be your only good candidate for that fund. The rest of it, the vehicles,
Really don't qualify.
no.
Because
and if you just set aside money-
Rolling inventory.
And Shane says, well, the car blew up, it's gonna cost more to fix it than replace it. Well, then next year, if that was his normal year, then he just gets a year early.
What do you think we should do with regard to that statute and this proposal?
Well, whatever you guys decide, I have to bounce it off legislative audit to make sure it passes the state test. I would suggest that you look at the crawler as your only item for this,
Extraordinary.
because it is extraordinary. You couldn't afford that in 1 year. You'd have to lease it, buy it, put it on payments, whatever. But as far as vehicle goes, Shane, you have four vehicles.
So 3 run operating vehicles.
Yep, and then Jamie uses one, and Will has a small pickup, and the rest are small ones like mowers. And then the weed and pest department has 3 pickups and 3 UTVs.
All the rest is highway department.
Well, Arlen, but he's in emergency management, he just made plans for a reserve fund for his pickup. I personally think that if you just budgeted for this amount of money for vehicle replacements every year, that it's all gonna fall into a cycle.
You don't have to be any more specific than that.
No,
Vehicle replacement.
And that'll be accumulated.
well, it will be in the sense that if it doesn't get spent, it never leaves the bank.
still, yeah.
Because it's
Still
basically,
goes to 0 on my budget here.
it won't even be in your budget, it'll be in theirs. Yeah, if that comes to it, then you just come here and say, I need a new car. This one died.
But I do feel like if we're gonna go down that road, which I think is okay, I think they have to assign replacement dates. We can't just come and replace 3 in a
The
year.
hard part about that is they're about a year out, and I have to project how good a shape the vehicle's gonna be in 3 years, you know?
But you know pretty well how many miles you put on it in a year, I mean, pretty close, I think. So you just say, well, I know it's a year out, but in 2017, I'm gonna do this one, 2018, I'm gonna do this one. And then obviously, we put those monies away, and if something happens, then you just have to do what Doug said, you just have to go buy it. But at least there's something is, is planned out. That's my thought. I mean, and you should-
I understand, I agree.
I think you could, and I know that's not always gonna happen that way, but I think it's important that.
Right, so-
that there's a plan in place.
So for example, let's say that he has a vehicle fail and it's not covered by insurance, and it has to be replaced. The next item probably on the list is one of his other vehicles, or one of these that gets used sporadically.
Right.
And so then you just reprioritize your list as it happens.
Correct.
But at least every year you will have set aside spending authority to replace a vehicle.
And not every year you're gonna replace it.
Probably not. But if you take all of those vehicles and you put them in a formula,
I
and
bet
his had the most miles, so you're gonna see him more often.
Yeah, it's, that,
I bet you'd be pretty close if you divvied it out, you'd have it almost every year.
Tell you right now, every 3 years would probably be a new vehicle.
You are gonna see one every year.
Not every 3 years for each vehicle. Not every 3 years.
It'll
And
last-
that's, and that's very manageable.
And that's a pretty long life span for a patrol vehicle.
and we also don't have
6
to-
years.
We also don't
No, that
have
would
to set
be-
the
that would
has to
be-
be new every time we, if one of these older vehicles gets wrecked or dies, a good used vehicle would serve that purpose, we don't.
And that's what Will said too. He would never ask to purchase a new pickup. He would probably just find another S10 or something similar
Or something from the highway department, and then
and pay me down.
maybe they're completely done by that point, but I don't know.
I don't don't know, this one's pretty old, it's 83, I think.
Shane, do you think there is some loss of your office's autonomy in this kind of a setup? Right now, you budget for the replacement of a vehicle. You anticipate, you want to replace a vehicle or need to replace a vehicle. Now it's up to us.
Well, we're doing the same thing.
We're doing the same thing.
We're just taking the same thing.
We're not exactly doing
Okay.
this, because you budgeted for yourself and, for your office.
Right.
And that's not gonna be the case anymore,
Why,
because we're gonna decide when he gets.
he's gonna tell us when he wants it.
Well,
Does he say no?
actually, it would be,
What if we say no? And he
Right.
says,
Well, we still have no, if we put, if we have no,
yeah.
So I'll approve this, right?
we still have to approve it.
I agree, I actually agree with having some type of schedule, like he's saying. And, if I come up with every 3 years or every 2 years, I mean, right now that Explorer is 6 years old. Okay, that's, in patrol world, that's pretty old. And 120,000 miles, that's a lot of miles for a patrol vehicle. But it's still running good, we're not putting a ton of money, we had to put brakes in it the other day, inside windshields and tires. It's a good running vehicle, and I didn't plan it last year, but I planned it next year, because I know, obviously, I mean, it's a year and a half fortune happening for the vehicles. So I agree, if I come up with a schedule, every 2 years or 3 years, I replace a vehicle, then on years that I don't need to, that's a bonus for you guys, but on years that I do, at least I can be close to my expected date, so it won't be a surprise to you guys. At least you guys can say, well, you want one now? You said every 3 years and it's a year and a half. Then I can see where I would get denied closer than, oh, you're within your, does that make sense? If I'm saying that right?
The other advantage
Yeah.
now is that his Ford would be a good candidate for Jamie and the rest of us in the courthouse to use.
Right.
Because we can drive it a lot nicer than what
Okay.
the cops would. And it might last another 7 years. And so then that would actually remove that request out of the chart because it's a hand-me-down. And then the next one would be the Silverado, which you can hand me down in the Wheaton Pest Department, one of the Dodges. That's why I say, I just think once it gets started, it will find its happy home.
And that's the only surprise then would be the rack, or your.
And that would be covered by insurance, minus the
Covered by
deductible.
insurance. So
Right, if the department heads would be happy with that setup, so would I. I'm just saying, it seems like at first glance, you're losing some authority.
I would say,
I don't feel like that,
Okay.
guys.
Okay.
It comes across. At least then I'm not just everyone, oh, it's been 3 years, now his budget jumps 90%.
Right, when you're doing the budget, he comes in with
Yeah.
90,000 more this year than he had last year. What in the world's going on?
right.
We would know.
And if he says, let's start with a 3-year rotation or 4-year rotation, everything else is just gonna fall in behind it.
Right, yeah, I think it's certainly the way to do it. I guess we have the final say in the end anyway. I mean,
Ultimately,
if he puts $80,000 in his budget and the money isn't there, he can't go spend it, even if it's directly in his or ours, I mean.
If this item was not in the proposed budget that we approved publication for next year, is it too late to do anything about it?
It's just provisional.
We could add it.
yes.
Okay.
The only thing I could see that's accumulating one would work for is if we wanted to put an entry on the side.
Well, we actually have money right now to put $26,000 on that entry.
One more thing, I think it would even be better to do it on this rotation schedule than the budget, because then if it happens in the middle of the year, the car does start going bad a little bit faster than I had planned, then I have missed my budget for that year, and I can come to you anytime during the year and you ask for a vehicle, and I don't have to ask for it a year and a half early when I'm not sure.
Certainly. Have a huge impact on your budget, possibly, and way less powerful impact on ours.
Right. So I really think letting him steer that rotation with his vehicles will have an impact on the others, yes.
Do you need to blow up mine?
I wasn't here. I didn't go in.
you know, and this is different now on that. I was just thinking, as rolls in, you're talking about the boiler, maybe like a boiler. I don't know if that would be considered, maybe it's kind of maintenance, I guess. But extraordinary, talking about a boiler replacement, so you're putting money away for a boiler.
It's certainly not on any kind of a schedule, and what about 70,000 apiece? Isn't that what he told us?
If you stay with fuel oil.
Because to me, you switch to propane, but I don't know, just a thought, but you're gonna do something like that.
We had a guy that was looking at heating and cooling system, but he took a different job, so that inspection, pro bono inspection stopped.
Is there enough room on our roof to do solar panels for this building?
There's room for some.
Could we convert to that if we use the roof solely for solar panels?
I don't
Get you
think-
very far.
Right.
If we wouldn't do it?
We could see if there's some put a windmill up on top of there.
We have to have a red light on that one.
But anyway, that was just my 2 cents, I guess, about something like, just think of that, a boiler or something.
The other thing to remember too is that Shane has the equipment that goes in his vehicle. So letting him basically steer that operation is better because you're gonna have more in there in the off years than you would in the not off years, right? Because if you went on a 3-year rotation and you maintain 3 cars, in the 4th year, it'd kind of be the wild card
Right.
before it starts over again with his vehicles.
I'm not
So
saying,
I think it's a good idea rather than locking ourselves in this rigidness and save that for something like the Dozer. But I haven't heard from Ty on the Dozer, so.
I can't remember any hours on it.
No, actually, though, for the year 2015, I can't remember how many hours, it's a little while ago, that's what we slotted out.
Is there any time restraints on the cumulative?
This is 84 months. If you do it the other way, where you just budget for vehicle replacement every year, none.
To me, we could scrap that. I think that's something.
I don't think it fits us.
Do we need to do that today?
Decide?
Yeah.
Well, no, because even if you decided to do it, I'd still have to bounce it off legislative audit.
I mean, the other.
No.
Not this.
No, we would just talk about it at our next budget meeting. And just
I feel like it's,
shifting.
I think we should look into it, get together and put that in there as a budget item for next year, in my opinion, I guess. I think it should be in
Have you heard of
Not
the
this year.
that way.
Or for next year.
replacements? Is it gonna be a pickup or a car or,
It's gonna be, Explorer or Dodge.
okay?
is,
I mean, my $50,000 price tag is high. The budget is higher
Then the vehicle or the
than
vehicle and the equipment?
the vehicle and equipment and everything else.
What do you think, equipment?
Or just putting in our, transferring all the equipment down in.
Well, at some point, some of that has to be replaced, so don't forget that.
for any of the vehicles that we ever booked into leasing, anything?
There were companies, I remember I went to a conference in Watertown, and the dealership in Watertown said that they would lease police vehicles and other vehicles, of course. Does that conversation come up again?
No, I.
So I'm guessing that was probably 6 years ago that came
High
out.
risk.
Yeah, I would imagine I imagine our insurance, I don't know all that.
Yeah, a lot of those fleet vehicles, they don't care, they just want to sell the truck off the lot. You bring it back in a grocery cart, they don't care.
Anyway, I still, not saying
Have you
that,
got, do you lease? You guys? Did you go to Anderson?
Yeah, they have some, but
I'm not saying it's a good idea, but that seems to be like the only other option we have to sort of smooth the budget out.
I'd say they'd probably be more offended drilling holes in the roof from everywhere else.
yeah.
Probably be a little harder to market, but anyway, so that is capital accumulation 101. I still intend to gather the information about the crawler, see what the story is there. Do you think he put 4 hours on it, or do you put more hours on it?
Oh, boy. Be a toss up, I guess, you know,
So, if you guys are okay with that, that's what I would explore. And then I'll ask about the boiler. See what the thought is there. Do you have any other questions for me on that regard?
No.
And on that, you would envision it's like maybe like a master schedule that maybe you maintain.
I was hoping you would.
And that hope has been dashed.
No, honestly, if we base it off his rotation, it will be easy to
It
manage.
should be pretty simple. It's not like we have hundreds.
Yeah, I just mean, I don't think if for all departments that have it, that they all maintain their
I
own
think
thing
you'll
and
be
you're
able to
just
move
scrambling around
vehicles
to find
around.
them.
Right, and the other advantage is if he does replace every 3 years, when Randy gets those pickup, it's gonna be a lot newer than what he's got right now.
Right.
And so on the 4th year, maybe he gets a different one. But Gibbs said, I think it was Gibbs said that he could never see spending new dollars for a new pickup in the week festival. He would always advocate for used.
And we could move, that's what I think, once you get into this rotation, then vehicles can move within the county.
Yeah.
And offset. Because that'll be the department that's gonna run through the most vehicles.
Right, they put the most miles on.
I mean, that's. And at some point, we won't even be able, we probably won't even have to move them, they'll just have to be traded or whatever.
Sold.
So,
Yeah, and I think once the routine starts, you won't even flinch at the idea of buying a different vehicle.
Right. I think it'll be a lot better system.
Okay, so if we move to the ultra programming, which is next, this takes us back to the conversation of whether we do IT in-house or IT out-of-house. But what this is, this was just simply the question about moving the different computers in the other offices onto the server here on the second floor. And so they put together a proposal based on what the departments told me. And they're estimating to bring all of those other computers onto the second floor servers at $3,300. Just a little over $3,300. And they do that on site, so they would travel here and do it. And then all of the people on that system, their data would be backed up every night.
It isn't presently.
Not always.
And how old is that server again?
Ours is 2020.
Yeah.
What's, or you're talking this machine here is the commissioner one?
Yeah, because right now, all of your stuff is on my computer, I'm about out of space. So if I could move yours out of there, then I would get messages.
That server that's there is, that we have is sufficient
He says it is,
to handle it all, huh?
the vendor says it is, that's where we got it.
I think-
The second floor is on included, my office also, right?
You would join, just like Shane would join, Marlon would join. You heard from Dave Johnson, Ann is through SDSU, Will would be on. I think that's everybody, isn't it?
It seems like a good idea to me to have them together. I
And
still-
you're saying you said you were on board with this? too?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you're what, 2 desktops, 3 laptops?
They would back it up, but I guess I don't know, I'm not an IT person by any means, but it seems like the cloud option isn't a terrible option, but I don't understand why they didn't seem to want to do that, I don't think, is my understanding.
Well, if we move to this second device, if we get rid of the, I can't remember what it's called. If we get rid of the one that's made in Taiwan right now, that, one of the backups will go on. So there'd be 2 physical backups and then the one offset would be
Offsite.
in the cloud somewhere. Which is the second part of this. I would advocate that we do that we get rid of the current one that's made in Taiwan/China. Because I literally get messages from them every other day. About you need to go in and do this security patch, this security.
Is that included in this?
Nope.
This is just a move over of those items to that server.
And we need our approval to do that,
Well, it comes out of your budget,
the 3,000, what is it?
3,300. Because the server's in your budget, so it's just.
Are all the department heads that are affected by this in favor of
Yeah.
moves? Then I move we do it.
Second.
Yeah.
all those in favor?
Aye.
When it comes to these discussions, Greg states he's not an IT person. I can't even spell it. I do not know this
His
electronic
rebuttal
stuff.
to the cloud was, I guess he didn't make a good point about the bandwidth, especially with like the Register of Deeds office where they have lots of data that needs to be.
Well, speed wise.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what you work with as far as maps there, but I assume it's probably a lot of data that has to be
Well, I
downloaded.
said, well, I didn't hear your question.
He was just asking about or his rebuttal to putting everything on the cloud was a lot of the bandwidth related to, maybe in the Register of Deeds office, you have a lot of data that you download map-wise, GIS data, that section.
I don't do GSI, I do just like all the documents, which I don't want anybody to get hold of, you know.
All obviously, yeah.
But yeah, but
Is it like images, documents? or-
Yes.
Okay, so that's
there are
probably.
some that people can't see, like military discharge. I mean, not everything is public, but majority of it is. But I still don't want that out there for people to just get it. But for Tyler, I don't know what it's gonna cost, but Tyler's just a lot of money for me to have them, have it out on either a cloud or whatever. So I'm like, this look like a.
You know, I don't know what, like a server replacement is certainly not cheap either.
No.
When that gets to the end of its life.
This one was $3,500. And then we had some accessories that were added.
Probably cheap.
It is.
Way cheap.
Yeah, because we're not dealing with like what the school or the banks would have. So it's pretty decent. It was better than I thought. So the second part of that was the backup system, and I do think in the absence of finding out from the school whether we could share their IT person, because I never got a response from them. At some point, we're gonna have to find somebody that we can call upon to do that kind of stuff, so I don't wanna move on that guy's plan about the Connect Care and all that, because I think quite honestly, it's a lot of money for something to be done from that distance. Maybe we can find something else, but I do think we need to get rid of that backup storage device that is connected to Taiwan/China. And so I thought I had it included in here by a link, but I don't, but it was brought up when he was here. It was like $1,300. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Isn't this dumping it all onto here? You're talking about,
This device is the backup for the server. So if the
Oh.
server gets struck by lightning, the backup device is the first backup, and then the second one is the cloud. Right now, the second one is my pocket drive. Not ideal.
It was 1,600, wasn't it?
Was that what it was, 16?
it was in last month, wasn't it?
Nice.
While you're looking that up, I did transfer $100,000 into the janitor's budget to cover the repairs of the elevator. A portion of that was from the reserve fund, the capital accumulation fund, and then the balance was from the wage offset money we got from COVID. And then I'd like to schedule a budget hearing for the next meeting, which is August 1st. Right, yep, August 1st, because we've depleted the money in the elections budget. And then the abused and neglected children defense is over, and transferred an additional $300,000 from the general fund to the bridge fund to cover deficiencies. And then we need to move RAFE money, the rural access infrastructure, from its fund to make sure that the culverts for the townships get paid for.
So we'd have to have a special meeting on August 1st, you said?
Nope, that's a regular meeting date,
Oh, okay.
unless you want to do it ahead of that. Any objection to that? Because I'd have to advertise it.
No,
No.
Okay.
How much did we finally end up with? Was it 250,000 in the elevator fund?
Well, the original resolution was for 200, so I didn't transfer the last 50 because I didn't want to violate it.
Okay, so we had 200.
Yep, and then we just had 200, or that other 50 within the general fund. Find it?
I found their presentation, but didn't have anything about costs in there.
It might have been the month before that then, because he sent that ahead of doing the presentation about the Connect Care.
What was it called? Is it
Buffalo.
It wasn't the Dado one.
Yes. That's the conversation. They're way ahead of schedule.
And
Okay, the data one added up to $1,099.10. That included their travel time and mileage out here to set it up, implementing the cloud backup. The actual device was $995, and then the subscription is yearly to maintain it. So it's $1,100 basically.
I mean, I
It's
was
important.
talking, to Doug. I said it's a little bit like the insurance deal. You hope you never. I mean, security is like insurance. You never hope you need it, but when you do need it, you really need it.
The thing that scares me most right now is that when I go to their website, it first loads in a foreign language and then it converts to English. And it's like
How old is it? That backup.
2020.
We're talking about the China slash,
Yeah.
wouldn't be so much worried about Taiwan as I would China.
Well, this is the China-controlled company in Taiwan. Or is it Korea?
It couldn't be a China controlled in Taiwan.
Okay, it's the other way around. It's Korean.
Oh, okay, that could be.
Yep.
Something
So then
that-
is that gonna get outlawed in all states?
Well, technically, yes.
Not the first state, but.
Because on July 1st, that law passed about supporting blacklisted countries.
I see it. Feel like we should.
That's what I recommend. I don't like spending money foolishly, but I don't think we're foolish for doing this.
So let's see. Or who's coming out to do the same?
Connecting point, so if they mobilize for this at the same time. it would
Do you
correct
think the
it.
mileage would be this, which is $270?
Yep.
I make a motion, we do that at the same time.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And none motion passed.
And you can use that backup to back up like your personal pictures or something.
No, take it to your house, let you shoot it with the .6.
There you go.
Okay, so the next item is Harrison Township, and I have a map just so that you can see it, so you know what you're looking at. We had this conversation. The red circles have mileage in them, because I'm trying to do the spreadsheet where motor vehicle fees are separated by miles. Blow that up.
Lots of very miles through.
There's a lot of very miles. We get car sick right there.
So what was the intent with the miles thing again? Just like how many miles are non,
If you buy a truck and you put tonnage on it, I take funds that are received from registering it and the tonnage, and I have to divide them up by all entities that service roads. So the county gets some, secondary roads get some, each of the townships get some, the cities get some. And that's all based on mileage, so I have to annually adjust the mileage to match what is known to be there. A lot of it's on the honor system, but some of it, I choose various townships and I do an audit on them to make sure they're telling the truth. So like, you guys went, what, 19 miles,
13,
13?
14.
So if they improve a stretch of road, for example, and that changes its classification, they might be entitled to more of that money.
Is there a default formula for maintenance on the perimeters that you're
No.
sharing with another township?
No, and I was talking with Spring Township about that they need to visit with their neighbors to decide how they're gonna deal with boundary roads. Because they're not obligated by whatever arrangement secondary roads have with neighboring townships, they should renegotiate those. Because I'm pretty sure that there's some places where they're both claiming the same stretch of road. And that doesn't benefit either of them, but it also doesn't hurt. It's not right, but it's not wrong either. So anyway, as it relates to Harrison Township, Luke had called me and asked me about revising the opt-out resolution for secondary roads on Harrison. So I did mock that up. And basically what it amounts to is taking the amount of the original opt-out, which was $250,000. Because when you declare an opt-out, you have to do it based on the dollar. The corresponding levy was $1.36, $1.36.5, I think it was. And so I calculated it 3 different ways, come up with the same numbers each of the ways. And basically what you're doing is you're gonna have an opt-out for 17,000 and change. Read that amount if you would, please.
17,375.
So that would be the yearly opt-out amount for secondary roads, which presently only includes the area known as Harrison Township.
And that's on top of what they're
That's on top of their base levy.
And for how many years?
10 years.
I have 10 on there, but that's up to you guys.
That's what we had on the other.
That's what we did on the other one.
So I do have it filled out now. So what you're looking at in this draft form is an opt-out for, like you said, 17,375 over the course of 10 years. This board would have to agree by a 2/3 vote, which needs to be 3-2 at the minimum. And then the people of Harrison Township, which there are 23 voters, if 5% of them signed a petition to bring it to a vote, then we would have an election in Harrison Township.
One person couldn't do it, could they? Because that's one person, as we determined in the canvas, was 4.3% of the vote.
Well,
No.
yeah.
No, on the opt-out election, it's a simple majority. Your voter has to have 2/3, this vote, to pass it.
You're talking a petition, just to get this petition signed.
Yeah.
I gotta do
Yeah.
that. So, Luke, you said do you have an idea of whether
Well,
this is?
I think when the vote came, I think they were confused. I think they thought they were gonna be on the hook for the 250,000, that township alone.
Yeah.
Which they wouldn't have been but we didn't know at the time when we wrote the petition that these other townships would reorganize. And once the petition's out there, or the ballot is out there, you can't change it in midstream.
Right.
So we had to let it play out. It was voted down, that one. That's why I brought this back, because this will be just specifically for that township.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had really seems silly to go through this whole process just to get a petition, have another election and get them to.
There's one thing about it, if they don't bring it to a vote, if they don't bring it to a
If they
petition,
don't object.
if they don't object, it passes. Right, it's up to them to.
Yeah, I just mean that, I just wondered if we could get it sent before going through this again and spending $400 on another election. But once we pass this, there's no going back. The 2 people want to do a petition, then there's another vote, and
How many people signed the petition for that election who have an address in that township, Harrison?
I don't know on top of my head.
That was one theory. The other theory is, they'll have to live within their means. And that would probably mean, and I'm assuming, Jeff, how much money they got left in Harrison, just Harrison now, because that's all we're talking about.
There's nothing left, secondary roads. already overdrawn. If you look at the
As a whole.
revenue compared to expenditure.
Right.
Moving forward, the services, if we don't get an opt-out, the services would be adjusted to match the revenue, is what I'm saying.
Right, but what do we do for the rest of this year?
Yeah,
We're just halfway through the year right now. They're out of money. And I was under the impression this board was dead set against, excuse me, subsidizing.
yeah.
So I don't,
Well, even if
that's why I thought about this, doing this opt-out again, trying it.
even if the opt-out passes, we don't collect that revenue until next year, so if we're gonna continue to provide services, we're still deficit spending unless we decide to cut services. Say, there is no money for snow removal, we'll blade a few more times this year and call it good, I don't know.
I
We can't continue.
don't know what the answer is.
We can't-
Their only revenue from now until January is the motor vehicle funds, and then there'll be some property tax injections around October.
But like right now, they are at.
They're in the hole.
We can't continue to deficit spend because that would be a slap in the face to the four townships that.
Well, it's a slap in the face for every township that's
Well,
organized.
exactly, but especially the four that stepped up and said, okay, well, we'll go back to taking care of ourselves. We can't continue to deficit spend there, that's for sure. But
So then this opt-out. Okay, unlike the other one, I mean, well, this one probably too has a limit of 17,375 per year.
Correct, and that's a fixed amount. It does not change based on the CPI or growth. That is the maximum amount of opt-out available.
But we don't have to take that whole amount if we
No,
need.
they could come in and talk to you and say, hey, we've hit hard times, extended drought, whatever it might be. We're willing to give up some snow removal if you cut our taxes back.
But even we can, even
Same as any other township board.
we don't have to use it all, even if they don't come to us for some reason. I mean, realistically, right? I mean, I don't know why that would ever happen. I mean, if we had a year where there was no snow and whatever else, and
When Jeff and I talked about it, well, actually, it's Nicole and I, but Jeff is in the background. This is pretty close to what his true expenditures were historically, right? And then if they get some FEMA recovery, then that would, of course, go back to projects in that township. So, I mean, it's close, it's really close when you do the cost
Can I ask you
versus
something?
revenue.
What is your sense of the people in Harrison in voting, in not voting at all? Was that a message to us? And if it was, what was the message?
I have no idea why they didn't vote. I really, truly honestly, I don't. Nobody said anything. I just think that maybe the attitude they have, if they just feel they're gonna be taken care of, no matter what.
Do you think they were aware of the fact that if they voted it down, they might end up with almost essentially no services? Do you think they were aware of that?
we
I
have,
don't know.
we haven't
That's a
discussed
good
it
question.
yet, whether, we hadn't, waiting to see whether the opt-out passes or not, we haven't discussed it. Like, what somebody, Luke said, somebody asked one time, what's your plan B? We didn't have a plan B, we're now back to another plan A, you know? But
you know, what, that township is also one of the townships that, I know you spent a fair amount of time going around that body of water. I mean, that's been
Thorn?
yeah, it's been one that's been on the table several times. Seems like, I mean, there's,
Do you get a lot of complaints from them that we aren't giving them adequate maintenance services?
At one, but pretty minor, we missed their road and a lot of snow. But no, not really.
what are your feelings on another election? I guess if it came to that, I don't know how much.
Well, we'd probably have Arlen take his camper up there and just work out of his camper for the day. Just,
To minimize it, maybe.
yeah. And theoretically, we could probably just do it with one person instead of two, since we're dealing with.
And
a relatively small voter number.
because I guess,
2 helps keep the balance away from conspiracies.
Well, I really think there should be, I mean, it's, we can trust,
Two
we
workers.
should have 2 poll workers. That, we certainly don't want to have any questions raised there.
I'm okay with that. I mean,
So the other thing that Jeff and I are working on is trying to figure out the mileage. Because we both have different maps. Yeah. So for example, Jeff's map shows this road going up to Matthew Blatchford, which I don't. Once I'd had another half mile.
You
That's a
have
lot.
probably a little over half.
So right now, you guys maintain that through the yard,
We do.
but if it's not a public thoroughfare, then we shouldn't be. What was the other one, Jeff? Oh, Cotton's over here. Jeff's got 2 little indentations over here that I don't have.
That's nothing we do on a regular basis. That was kind of a favorite thing. We're up there in the middle of nowhere. That's used for shots. So we threw some gravel in the driveway. We bladed it a couple times. It's really nothing. Nothing, regular. That's under.
But you track expenses on that.
We do.
So I mean, if anybody ever said, he's been doing that, he could tell you.
We do.
But if they became public roadways, then we would be collecting licensing fees for them. But I don't know if they would give easements to make them public roadways.
What's the limitation on the petition? 20 days? 20
Yes.
days?
If you decide to do this, it must be done before the 15th of July. That is the deadline for doing opt-outs.
we have
So
to,
you
we
either-
just have to have a petition,
Correct.
not the election.
You would have this resolution passed, either at this meeting or a special meeting.
I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2023-14.
Additional discussion before we go.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Is there any reason to expect that the reaction in Harrison is gonna be any different this time around?
My personal opinion
Yeah.
is I think they will, because this takes them into account as a singularity
Right.
instead of a group. And they'll know that they're gonna be spending 17,000 and change more for work in their township. And Jeff can provide accountability for every penny.
You know, they certainly don't have the up to 250,000 staring in the face. You know.
Right, and if the legislation would have allowed for us to do a levy-based opt-out rather than just 250, I think it would have made a difference too, because people would sit there and try and calculate in their heads what that's gonna cost them per acre, per quarter, whatever it happens to be.
But this amount isn't any different than the amount we have of the total. It's the exact same, but it equates down to that township,
I
the
think
value of that township.
The
outcomes
levy
are a
is
lot
the same.
better from their perspective than they were before. They were
Correct.
confused with all those other townships and that huge amount staring in the face. I will second the motion.
So I got just a couple things. So being there isn't a mechanism here for inflation or anything like that, I wonder if we should do it for 10 years. If not, we should look at maybe 5.
Good idea.
And then in terms of what we should do this year, being we're already out of money or we're gonna have very little revenue coming into the end of the year, is if we wouldn't add a little bit to it and say we will continue to take care of you this year, they'd be basically borrowing money from us to take care
We
of.
talked about that before. That's a possibility. Actuarially, it could be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so we can take care of them for the rest of this year, and then, it's gonna cost you another $2,000 for the next 5 years.
At the end of 5 years, you'd have to go through this process again.
You have to vote again.
But if,
Well, and if that's the case, then I think we should add some to, $17,000.
Now, their base levy does increase by the CPI.
Right.
And that accounts for about $12,000. So 3% on 12 is, what is that? Somebody who's better with
So, yeah,
Brain math.
360 something.
more
That's
a
a
year.
lot.
No, it's not.
Well, if inflation does.
But you do have the option of, if you find that that's not enough, by year 3, then you simply do another opt-out. And you can either abandon the one that's in place, or you can add a second. I have several townships that have concurrent running opt-outs.
For the same purpose,
Mhm.
covering the same sorts of expenses.
Yep. They might have
So
had
then
one
we can
from,
leave it at 10, Dan, and have an additional,
And do an additional.
if there is horrible inflation sometime in that 10-year period.
sure.
Well,
And then we're still working on whether or not the road and bridge levy that is used by civil townships can be applied to secondary road townships.
And there is one more thing. If they remain the only unorganized township, then the secondary roads fund line in the budget is their money. They don't have to say, well, that township has more
Right.
miles.
Right.
Because we had that discussion about that opt-out. There's some unfairness with all 5 townships because some have more miles, some have less miles.
Right.
But they will know exactly what's remaining in their secondary roads, line item. They'll say, hey, that's our money, because we don't spend it anywhere else. That's our money, and if we do get an accumulation in that, where we finish out the year and we're $20,000 sitting in there, they could come to us and ask for less of a levy. You know, we could drop that levy. But
Or we can tell them to reorganize and we'll give it to them.
But the point of it is they know that's their money. It's not
Right.
spread amongst our townships. It's their money. It's in that line item, and unless one of these other townships or some other township in the county decides to unorganize.
But they're also gotta know that if this fails, that there will be a reduction in their
There has
services.
to. There has to be. But that is, like I said, it's just not reasonable to expect to continue to provide services at a deficit when these other townships have stepped up and said, okay, we'll take care of ourselves.
So I guess I'm still confused on what, as we play out the rest of this year, what the plan is. But I think that does have some bearing on,
Well, I would say now this is just me thinking, I'm not, that if there's the first year, we will budget the full 17,375. Am I correct on that?
Plus the 12.
Plus the 12 on top of what they already had. We'll keep track of what the expenses are to the end of this year, if this passes, that they may have to go 2 or 3 years at that level in order to pay us back for what we extend them for this year.
Here's a thought, and I don't know if it's even, you say we show a deficit in that secondary road fund budget right now? I don't know if we can do
But
that.
we'll be getting more back, right?
Yeah,
In there, I mean-
every month that we calculate license plates and
I don't know if we can do that, but what if we zeroed that secondary road budget out? Right now, we say there's not a deficit.
just forgive it.
Huh?
Just forgive the debt.
Well, if we don't call that zero now, then we're collecting tax money from them.
It may have been attributed to others.
That would be attributed to the other townships.
what is the deficit?
Yeah, because that debt was accumulated over all 5 townships.
So it's not-
If we're in the negative on that line item, that has been accumulated because of the late winter snow. If we're in the
We're
negative
negative on
secondary road fund,
of their share.
oh, they're negative on their share too, but I'm saying that whatever,
No, some of the townships that have reorganized, they're not at a negative.
True.
Because it goes off the value of that township. Some townships are valued higher than others, they've got more money.
you're right.
So you can't just zero out across the board.
Attributable to Harrison, correct?
You can't, you'd have to go through Jeff's books in great detail to figure out
But it's not,
who tipped the scale.
it's not as though we're taking money from them. They're just paying back the money that they borrowed,
Yeah,
shouldn't have used borrowed, that was
we're 1,200 over.
subsidized.
Roughly.
Oh, well, I was thinking we were tens of thousands over because of the late snow, so. I thought that line item was severely in deficit, I guess.
If you go back over the years, you'll see that it's severely in deficit.
Yes, to me, we, obviously I made the motion, but we keep moving and proceeding as we have, and.
Well,
And
you
just
made
to
the
me,
motion.
Jeff doesn't do the extra,
Well, I think
I mean,
honestly,
he does what he needs to there, but then maybe doesn't go crazy on.
I think you
that.
guys could work that out as just a departmental policy
Right,
with Jeff as to what services to
Because I-
start
that doesn't
paying close
pertain
attention.
to any of
Right.
that, that is right here.
Yeah, that's an operational type decision.
So did we decide that we want to leave your motion at 10 years down that, I mean.
I made a motion, I made a motion, then, yes, I'm just.
Okay, so we can do an additional opt-out if we need to.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
And I second his motion.
Any other discussion? Dan, I can see questions.
No, I'm,
You're good?
I'm good.
I want you to, you got something?
no, yeah, I just, like I said, I hope there's enough discussion and communication around this that the voters in Harrison Township know what the deal is, and we just don't have to, I mean, this seems fair to me. And
It's very clear now what their limit is and.
Right, and I,
Whatever, it's not split up.
and I think before, that may have been the case, which was hard to explain to them. Well, we didn't know what was gonna happen.
But then the confusing thing is, if that is the case, if it caused such confusion, why didn't they all vote no? Only one did.
Well, I can't speak to that.
It
I'm,
doesn't make, it- I'm not.
You may
doesn't
never
hurt
know.
you will never know. I don't know, and I don't wanna know.
You can do exit polling.
Talk to the one guy.
I guess we have.
I guess I need, does this need to be a roll call vote?
Yep.
That's a resolution.
It's a resolution. We've had it's been seconded, now we need to vote, so,
Aye.
I,
Aye.
aye.
Okay, we're willing to take a break because we are ahead of schedule. I
I
will go
Huh?
That's
Did
just
you make
bad.
your- Oh,
and reprint it. come
and
back.
then you wanna, did you get the correction made on there?
I don't know that
These
this,
circle.
well, this
Maybe not on this
was, and maybe it's not on this one.
It was on this one, and we didn't do it there with this one. I have 10 minutes. How long it takes you to smoke one of them things?
Smoke could have been kicked.
So this here, we're not gonna do anything with it.
And there was a,
if you ever do use it, it's about, it's, what is it? It's CIS.
yeah, that's the one I found.
I don't know if
That's the one
that's-
he's using.
Except that, out of there's 5 million here, 420 there, I don't know if
I
that's.
didn't see the, we were drafting.
Oh, yeah.
We'd have probably had an issue there if we would have done it.
Back in the flash.
If a resolution is signed, does it exist?
There.
Well, the graders coming.
Possibly not, we want to. We'll bring it in. Everyone ready to get on, it's gotta get on the truck. Everyone's close.
Then the other ones are going to auction.
We need to see how we can do it, I want to get bad notice, we just need to start to get that ready.
I don't know what other things get for it, unless you think it's valuable enough to keep parts or something.
I don't know what sort of-
They're not abandoned or.
They're in the lobby. They're in the different-
Three to sell to. Get what you get.
You're probably right.
See what happens.
two good ones, so, because you get three great, two good ones and then that one. So like when you get one, you'll park one of the good ones.
Yeah.
That's so cool. And I know lilac,
Right.
so he's still short guy or?
No, actually, Jerry said it yesterday.
You're good.
Yeah. Jam us up a little bit.
We on break?
Yeah, still live. Hot back there?
I think too bad.
It's hot standing up there.
Why do you have to?
Did I tell you that, Lily Bell called me?
Yeah. Last night was up, because
That's fine, we agreed with restaurant and sauce tops and whatever. We will talk about speed.
We can't publish it until next Thursday. So you just decide what you're gonna put it. Everything at 40?
I think that's a good number.
Save the trouble. 45 for one and 40 for the other.
Not really.
Are they construction trucks staying under 40?
I think there are people who are, I might have to.
And they'll work.
Come in here. I'll say, oh, they're good too.
Nothing to do.
They see me down in order.
That's not a day. That's good. Yeah.
Most aircraft traffic should be done by permission.
Well, sounds like this, yeah. They're still good.
Really?
That's good.
In what?
About 30 or 40 days. Yeah.
Wow.
Big place.
Logan says he needs some stuff for home guns.
Yeah, the Bauer.
He said they're excited, they're meeting that local verse.
Those are the ones that I've seen. Not that I'm out there.
Yeah.
They did it, I think, that's so bad.
Well, that's the reason I wanted to get on the city.
Clear. Things I wish.
Back there, trying to.
Then, Tom?
Yeah.
You have to look at my office, every time I on this, there's about a school that goes with it.
Really?
Yes, there is. There's been days when I have used it, that Kim Sparks actually gonna drive her mouth open like that. We had a bad day, it's not good.
What happened?
At the office, everything just went wrong, the computers weren't working, everything was going wrong, we were past deadline.
Last week?
No, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago now.
Oh.
And I grabbed the tequila bottle, and took it out like that, took a big old swing, and set it back down, and Kim Sparks, she said, "What make you drink?" I said, "Only on days like this."
I wonder if, is the audio on?
Yes.
Probably. I don't care. They all need.
That's actually, been through most of the hard, part of the life, you know, that we got out of retirement, and then get there.
It's a bummer. You really struck me.
So many people say,
We got.
"Take a picture of you with the head of the gym."
Same question. So whatever she thinks.
Still right there.
So is that the ones that came from Sioux Falls?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about we went on vacation, I guess. Back to my food.
Sam's Club. I bought a bag of cashews, they call sweet flavored cashews. What are they? Ranch? Oh, really? Oh, that's what I did.
Email.
Smoke those. And I love cashews.
That's why it kicks off.
Like I say,
We try to use it kind of salsa.
bought a little container. Creamy cashews or something like that.
They had me do a card reading and a whole Oh, yes, 5 cards.
So these are just for city walk. Get a sense of all the cool clubs.
Yeah.
For me?
I don't know.
That's one reason.
One in that new plant, really?
There's one kernel of corn, there's one,
Cool people.
you should see them.
I wonder if we can pull them. They're expensive.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
At least they're.
There's one more thing I need to add to that discussion about your resolution is that the window of opportunity to bring the referendum back is after the date of first publication. And our official first publication will be next week.
15th.
So
It's done this week.
that will give them an extra 6 days to have discussions.
So instead of the,
Yeah, because
the 20
today,
with the 20 days to refer it
right,
starts after the publication.
after the first publication.
Okay.
And it will get published in the Falcon Record as well.
Yes.
Whoever thought of that, that's a good idea.
So if you would circulate that one, everybody do already?
This one's,
Yeah, awesome.
you want that?
No, you can leave it in the folder. It's safer in the folder. Okay. The insurance folks aren't gonna be here until 4, so that gives you quite a bit of time to talk about Sweetland Wind Farm and the road and any other items that are on here. If you wanna do the plat, you can do the plat.
Yeah, let's do the plat.
I think we approve the flat.
Second.
All those in favor?
Like a long time.
Yep.
What are we gonna discuss with regard to Sweetland?
Well, I think strategy on the road. It's generating a lot of complaints.
It was a
Come up
request,
here, take the warrant.
it was a request on my part. I got a call and I got a call from one of my constituents and asked if I had driven down the Skinner Road lately. And I said, no, I hadn't. I said, probably been 3 weeks ago. And they're like, well, you better go drive down that. They said, are you guys gonna allow them to completely destroy that road before you do something about it? And I said, oh, I'll go drive it. Late afternoon of the 4th, Teresa and I drove to the Wayland Road and back, and there were soft spots in it, and it was, I would say, probably an average 30-mile-an-hour road, 25 to 35, and we were playing hopscotch, going around the soft spots and holes, and so I contacted Jeff about it, and Doug, and I said, put this on the agenda. I said, let's have him come and talk to us. We finally decided that Logan Bell, the project manager, was the person that had to address this. Doug gave him my name. Logan Bell called me. He's in Colorado, and he said he absolutely couldn't make it here today, but we did discuss those soft spots and holes that were pounding out.
I think he's here next week.
And anyway, I said, would you guys be willing to put some more maintenance into that road, put some crushed rock, because Jeff and I talked maybe crushed rock would be a good spot, or a good solution to those soft spots. I said, get a loader out there, dump some crushed rock in those spots and pack it in. He said, actually, Blattner Energy is the division that's in charge of the road. He said, well, I'll talk to them and we will absolutely get that taken care of. So I guess it's a non-issue now as long as they follow through, but I said, I know there's road haul agreement, and I had mentioned this at a couple of meetings ago about moving forward with road haul agreements. I think it needs to be worded in there that they have to keep it in shape, not tear it all up and then restore it to original shape. They have to keep it in shape because, like I told Logan Bell, I said, we had a nice 55-mile-an-hour gravel road there before this project. I said, now you're down to 30 miles an hour, zigzagging around to miss the holes. I said, I think our citizens expect more than that. He goes, absolutely. He didn't have any disagreement with getting out there and fixing in soft spots and getting them to do a little bit more maintenance on it. So I don't think it's going to be an issue with stuff pounding out, because he certainly said he was going to take care of it. So,
When did you talk to him?
well, I must have been yesterday.
Day before.
Huh?
Day before.
That was
It
4th.
was Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday I talked to Logan Bell.
Oh.
He called me late yesterday and said he wasn't going to be able to make it because Doug had put him on the agenda. And so I think they'll get it taken care of. Like I said, I was the one that requested it be put on there so we find a solution to that problem, but he says they'll take care of it. So I think it's hopefully going to be a non-issue.
Are they running graders down it?
They do, I don't catch on that too often, but they started blading it, and we put quite a little time into it. Once they started, we kind of backed off. Here's some of our stuff, but I did make a couple runs on Wednesday.
Well, and part of it is you're not supposed to have to stay down there and take care of that, so that's part of the agreement.
I think, I dealt with the one, I was over that one in Hyde County a couple years ago off, and that contractor there, they were running the blade almost all day long. On
Yeah,
that road.
that was sort of,
They had one guy that was like dedicated to that road,
You'll
basically.
tell her hi.
He ran up and down it constantly, just about.
Because I got the sheriff's report, there was a report of some semis down in the Skinner Road that were having some problems too, so.
That what? I'm sorry.
The semis were having, they were not stopping on the Skinner Road, and so you sent us, if you have any talk about it.
Yeah, I got told about some complaints down that not stopping coming on 45, so I went down there and made a couple stops and road warnings and told them to get on the CD and said sheriff's an asshole.
I agree.
All over the board on that, so.
But they already knew that.
They already do that, yeah.
Now the whole world does.
But you go down there and we're taking care of it.
Yeah.
Was it mostly the trucks hauling the powder cement, or was it other trucks?
They were going south, right, there was, I don't know what they were hauling, they were going back and forth constant. And
Pretty steady.
it's very steady, I didn't have to sit there for 4 or 5 minutes.
How long is it gonna be before they're done with all that? I
He
think
said,
That'll be done by the end of the year.
they say by October.
that's it.
They're moving.
But yeah, I mean, if you, they have graders going on, that slow their whole operation down, not that I don't agree, it should be maintained, but I mean, put a huge,
You know,
they're going constant and they,
at least if they've got a grader going down there and it's just one blade, they can go out past the grader and
yeah.
get back in their lane again. Logan Bell assured me they're gonna do more maintenance and keep it out better, so
A lot of
we'll
trucks.
see. It is a lot of trucks, is right.
A lot of irony goes on this discuss. I might have to leave.
No.
Okay, Luke didn't anticipate executive session.
So do we want to take a break until 4?
You don't think any of us should show up really? Probably not.
If they go up early, we're
Well,
gonna take them.
this executive session isn't anything.
Because can't you put up the
Listen,
words
no,
being
it's-
so all on a resolution?
It's just on there.
Worst case.
Put something.
Well, yeah.
I'd be excused.
Oh, you want to take off already?
Because you already got permission.
Well, I'm gonna extend it to 4:00.
Yeah, till 4 o'clock.
He's got one more thing.
Oh, of course.
All right, just so you know, I did hire Gary Naaman yesterday, he started. Should be fully staffed now.
Good.
You'd already given him permission to hire, so you just
Right.
put the name with the permission.
He was working for Dale,
Yes.
and Dale doesn't want any anymore either. He's working for him.
I'm sure what's going to go there.
Well, we could take a small recess until, Dice and Whiskey show up.
And they might come early, I don't know.
And if they come early, we'll take them. But,
Yours is too efficient.
There, where is that?
Yeah.
I thought you had more with you today, I mean.
I could ask
Wanna
for
try
myself if you want.
It's real good.
Yeah, but we're not putting that.
Fill the time.
Okay.
What's the flavor of that?
Oh,
That peppermint?
this one?
Yeah.
Not chocolate, good.
Wanna try this one?
Is that candy left over for Christmas?
Yeah, 8 years ago.
Paper here.
There you go, Jim Jones. You could supplement your income, eating dust. With gravel.
Don't think I'm interested in that. I don't think anybody would want me on one of those pieces of equipment.
Did you buy your riding lawnmower?
No, I bought an Ego. You know what that is?
Battery powered one.
What a great, oh, it doesn't weigh
Push
anything.
mower?
Yeah. Push it, you just blow on it. Push forward, it's self-propelled, it doesn't weigh anything.
You know?
Be in the next township.
Hey, you want that thing where it gets away?
Oh,
Just boil.
This your special chocolate?
You know, I can't remember where I stored this stuff.
Not cracker for
I think it was somebody gave it to me for Christmas, but it hasn't bloomed. It isn't white.
how much
It
is
hasn't got hot yet.
I keep it in the fridge.
Yeah, don't put them in the gutter.
Here's another one. This is
They don't
7%
last.
dark.
I'm not a dark chocolate guy.
You aren't?
Well, that's pretty dark.
I watched,
This is 50.
that's 50% dark, and that's about as dark a chocolate as I've ever.
Do you guys like semi-sweet chocolate chips?
No.
You don't?
Isn't
They're in
that-
most chocolate chip cookies. Those are not.
Well, I know, but I like milk chocolate. Normally, if I'm gonna pick. If I was to pick,
Want a piece?
No,
You want to try that?
I did try a little piece of it.
Oh, I mean that one.
that's 70 quid, holy crap.
So that's even darker.
You don't like it?
Let me try it.
I watched a video on how they made chocolate the other day. I was kind of unaware. It's a lot more detailed process than a person
Where'd you
thinks.
see the video? Was it like a
Or
year
no,
ago?
it was on they have the show or how it's made.
They just take a scoop out.
It's like a show of like
Hope he's covered up good. I was gonna say it.
Anyway, just yeah, it was from getting the beans roasted to.
It is complicated,
It's a complicated process.
very scientific.
Yes. Yeah, it's apparently very easy to screw it up.
You gotta temper it.
Temper it, yeah, and all that to make it so it snaps. Palatable.
I bet I've consumed more chocolate than your average citizen.
Chocolate connoisseur.
No, I just love it.
You
Connoisseur, I think implies you have
you have
an
the
elevated
taste.
sense of
Yeah.
appreciation. I don't. I'm just a hog for chocolate.
You sure, Peter?
What's this all about? Where'd you get this?
No, Arlen brought that early.
So we think they might be early, or we don't know.
I know one of them's on the road because he sent me a question from Mitchell, and I'm pretty sure that Dan will probably be aware that he's pretty functional.
Which one's our early one, Dan?
Dan Johnson with Risky Benefits. Dan, you want cold water or anything? Sure.
Well, they're starting that project tomorrow, going north out of Miller on Highway 45.
Well, I have to find another way to town.
Resurfacing starts tomorrow.
Oh, that is pathetic, isn't it?
The road is terrible.
Oh, the worst. Yeah, there's sections of it where you look in the middle, along the middle of the road in the section line.
Okay, I got a question.
Separation's this big.
Has,
That's a big one.
has that road been resurfaced since they built it?
Yeah.
Since they rebuilt it, you mean?
But they just put a bladder over it. I mean, just all shot oil on it and then put rock on it.
I thought they rebuilt the whole thing.
I don't
about
remember.
8 years ago.
2002.
Is that out that long ago?
45.
So they had, it was a year I moved here,
Oh my God, I thought it was.
because I had all this traffic on 360, they're gone.
That's when they built the road. That's when they rebuilt the road. Yeah. So they haven't researched since they shot oil on it
Yeah.
and then chip sealed it or whatever they call it. They've done that a couple times, but that thing is never right from the get-go.
Oh, I can't believe
There's
it's
no,
been that
no reason
long.
the road built in that, at that time, that road should separate like that.
It's terrible.
Oh, you have to take a truck down. It's just,
Yeah.
thank God they're air right. I took a spring right down and I thought, oh, that's a fun. I'll take a gravel road.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's bad.
Doug, I'm gonna leave early today. The chairman has excused me.
Safe travels.
Better get the hell out of here.
You want me to leave these here for you guys?
You better take them.
The Butte County Commission, they approved, you know, marijuana grow farms or whatever. They have 7 in operation, and they have permits for like 5 more. They have a total of 11 permits requested.
Where?
And Butte County out there at North Sturgis, Belfouche.
I think there was enough rain out there for crop.
And
The crop they're growing,
Well,
bucket water too.
I'm pretty sure they probably have irrigation system in their buildings. They're all inside, you know, indoors.
Oh,
Anyway. So a bunch of the citizens have gotten together and this movement is growing. And I know one of the guy that used to haul hay for me all the time, James Todd from down Harrisburg, has moved out there. And anyway, he's one of the opposition. They're like, we don't need, because they said now there's drug a lot more drug activity. They said we got crime that we didn't have before. Anyway, so they're getting a big citizenry that is fighting against this stuff. And one of figure out how to get rid of them. Like, just run these guys out of the county. So there was a huge meeting last night, and they said there was over 100 people at this meeting. There was a commissioners meeting scheduled for today, but the commissioners canceled it. Because apparently all these people were going to the commissioners meeting, the commissioners canceled the meeting.
Well, how's it legal to grow in there like that, but it isn't anyplace else?
You can grow it.
You can grow it. They
How
can,
come nobody is here?
they can,
Just like, yeah, nobody is here.
they-
I don't know.
nobody's gotten a permit to grow it.
Nobody's got a permit to grow.
Do we have a county permit that we have to give out?
Yes,
And nobody's applied for one?
city has one too.
I thought those were for dispensaries. I didn't know they were for growing.
That was dispensary, but you have to still get a permit for it.
Yeah, but you, as a county, you can deny a grow site.
Oh, you
You
can deny it?
couldn't deny the dispensary.
Oh, okay.
On the basis of what are you authorized to deny the site?
You
Too
have
close
to,
to the
the way, no, the way the law was, the way the referendum was passed is you have to allow them to put a dispensary in your county if someone comes to you. You don't have to let in a grow site or,
Do you have to have it in your zoning laws? We don't allow production of marijuana in this county.
well, now would that be considered agriculture?
I'd say so.
No. I could put up a barn tomorrow and start growing, I just have to come get the permit.
Well, we don't have any provision that make it illegal. Could we enact such a thing?
The way I read the law is you can deny, the county gets to say, we're not gonna have any grow sites.
But on the basis of what can they?
You can
deny?
just deny it. You don't have to have a basis. It's a consensus of this group right here can deny. We can't just deny the dispensaries. We have to let them have at least one, and the city has to let them have one.
Yeah.
They have to. That's the way the law was written up.
But if you don't have to cite a reason that you're giving that guy a permit, you're not giving that guy a permit, then both of them can argue that the 14th Amendment guaranteeing due process equals due process.
You can do process. They can come here and say all they want. We just deny it. We as a board have that right. No.
Yeah, I don't know.
As long as we deny everybody. You can't let one person have one and then deny everybody else.
I mean, you just have a blanket policy against it in the first place.
Yep.
But it has to be right, and it has to be, have a home in your zoning ordinance.
I would think
Or-
so.
But I don't know.
The school over at Lexington is completely full of marijuana.
Yeah.
Is there any more in
Yeah,
Beale
Beetle
County?
County, yeah.
I didn't know if there was any more in Beale County or not, but,
But you, grow site and
Dispensary.
no, there's another thing,
processing.
processing, that's it.
And we got visitors here.
Yeah, we got visitors. Well, they said they got a lot of people coming through the courthouse here this summer. No, just to see the courthouse.
Mike tried the other day.
What do you say?
I-
What do you say?
I'd like to see the elevator.
Oh,
I'm gonna be glad to have that elevator working. I sit here and look out that door during meetings and I see old people that are, for whatever reason, going to the third floor or they just struggle getting up here to the second floor.
No, they said they had a lot of people coming through the courthouse this summer.
we don't know what a treasure we have in our hands.
Well, that's a lot of them see it, and then they come look at it. Well, we're on that historical,
Yeah,
and there's a lot of people like to look at that. I like to look at them stupid markers on the side of the road,
I
you
do
know,
too.
because I mean,
what happened here,
yeah,
or what used to be here, or whatever.
no, where the hell was it? I drove by one for years. I drove by. Finally, one day, I didn't think I was in that big a hurry. I stopped in there and read it. And it is amazing.
The one that's by the old school, where the footprint of the old school is, that cites information about Governor Bushfield. You seen that one? You seen that one?
Huh?
It's right across the corner of the House Museum.
Oh,
But it's a historical site. You know, like you see, those nice brass signs. There's a really bad English gaffe. It says that Governor Bushfield was a native of Iowa. And then it says that his wife, Vera Bushfield, succeeded him in office. And it says that she was a native of South Dakota. Then goes on to say that she was born in Iowa. It says she's not a native of Iowa, or South Dakota, she was born in Iowa.
You know what
It
it
says
is?
it right on
You know what it is,
I don't know.
a lot of people that come up here, families that have moved up here, came from Iowa.
there. My grandpa came from Iowa.
My grandparents came from Iowa.
My other grandpa came from Scotland.
Older brothers, some of them come from Iowa, some of them come from Nebraska.
What did you think of that?
Pea cookies come from
Huh?
Iowa.
What did you think of that?
What? Older brothers,
Pea
never related
cookies
to
come
them.
from Iowa.
How are you related to all yours?
My grandma Schaefer's was an old man.
Oh, I know related to all yours.
You are? Well, I cousin.
I know.
No,
I don't see how you guys keep all that straight up there, so who's related to who.
supposedly when me and my wife got married, they said that those were because it's pretty much made weird between the Lammers and Warrensmans. That, oh, well, you branch off. I mean, there's people up there are related, and I'm like, how in the hell am I related to you? And then, boy, they go through the list, and, oh, yeah, you are related to me. I don't know, like, how many times you removed it.
Yeah.
Now, Darlene Johnson, the other day, when she died, wasn't it she and her sister who married the Johnson brothers? They were Johnson's sister and brother, who married Johnson's sister and brother. Not related.
Not related.
Can you imagine trying to figure that out?
Was that the beginning of the Johnson Company?
Oh my God. You'd have to have a character. That's like I'm my own grandma. You ever listen to that
Oh,
song?
I know.
On 16 feet slow. You can follow it.
Yeah, if you go there, it works. But they, we just had a Warrensman reunion, and somebody on the Warrensman side went through, and I'm related. They went way back. We even got some Dukes in there. I mean,
Really?
oh,
Wow.
royalty.
What was Terry's name?
My mom, Schaefer's. She was a daughter of C.C. Schaefer.
Oh, I remember CC
Yeah.
Chambers. Wow. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
Mom grew up 2 miles from where I lived. She got married, and, well, they got married today, and then they lived in Redfield for a while. Yeah, because Dad worked in a lumberyard out of Redfield. And then CC, for a wedding present, bought Mom he gave my dad a quarter of ground, bought a quarter of ground. That was the dowry.
Wow.
I mean, you don't hear that much anymore.
Didn't CC end up in the restaurant?
No, never did, never did. Neither did Grandma. She lived out the farm. Dad had passed away, and she moved out to the farm, and Mom took care of it. And actually, I got to know my grandma really well in that, because one time she was sitting in her room, and you could see a tear rolling down her eye, and I said, "Ashley, what's wrong?" She said, "I just got to thinking, there ain't gonna be anybody to come to my funeral. All my friends and that I've grown up with and family are all gone. I'm the only one." She was 90. Well, I think she's 99. when she died. And she died out of the farm. And I can just remember telling her, I says, "Well, all your grandkids are gonna be there." And we were there in spades. We were all
My grandma, my mother was born above the bakery.
Yeah.
Now she lives across the street above, Al Manson's office. So in 94 years, she's moved about a quarter of a block across the street.
Just moved across the street. Yeah, isn't that something?
She's always been a cliff dweller. Well, I wish I could stay.
Well, it is what it is on this insurance stuff. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
I was talking with a county commissioner from McPherson County who told me about this pipeline thing. We were talking about potential hazards, and I says, anybody ever think with that pipe buried 4 feet deep, how fast somebody could dig down with a shovel and plant a bomb to fracture that pipe? You guys have seen the hole of that from Sarteria.
Would you even need a bomb? I mean, couldn't you just shoot it with a AR-15?
Well, that pipe's pretty thick. I don't know.
They claim it's stainless steel.
Maybe Armor Piercing with an .6 or something. I wouldn't stand that close to that thing. You can't run away from that bloom fast enough to get away
No,
from
you
it.
couldn't, could you?
Because it just takes all the oxygen out of
Yeah,
there.
they said down there in Mississippi that, Missouri or whatever, Mississippi, I think. Anyway, the vehicles stalled out of, their vehicles just quit.
Oxygen starvation?
Yeah, they won't run. And I said, they're, where this,
Sorry to have disappointed you.
That-
It's harder yet.
up in Burleigh County, North Dakota, apparently it goes right through a housing development up there. Right alongside it, I says,
I don't know. It's just,
that's a potential for, they're just telling the guys that I was talking with a county commissioner from McPherson County, he had called me about that thing, and we're sitting there talking on the phone, and I got this thought, I said, does anybody ever think of terrorism? How quickly someone could take a sand shovel and dig a hole deep enough to plant a bomb and burst that pipeline, right along a municipality or something. Like that would likely not ever happen, but I did tell somebody, they said, aren't you concerned about the risk going through Glenn County? And I said, well, there's gonna be certain risk, I'm sure of that. And I went, I says, consider this, what's the risk of a carbon pipeline rupturing in Han County right now?
Yeah.
Zero, I was talking with John Wick, the GOP chairman, last evening, and he said that every other row of corn in South, he said basically 50% of the corn in South Dakota goes to ethanol plants.
Yep.
He goes, every other row of corn in South Dakota goes to an ethanol plant, But it's not, it doesn't go there and it's gone. So many people misunderstand that once that goes to an ethanol plant, the corn is gone. It's still a perfectly good feed, They,
Yeah, what's that called?
distillers grade,
Yeah.
but
See you guys.
see ya.
okay. See, Jim. Well, for what I gotta pay for the wet cake and one feed it, corn costs them absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
They make it up on the wet cake. And then yet they say they can't make any money running. So it's either a really inefficient way of making something or somebody's lying to something.
Someone said that these ethanol plants are reporting record profits now.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
But I don't know, this whole thing about, and I've said so many times, I'm not a climate scientist. I don't know enough to know whether this thing is necessary or not. Stated that so many times, I dig my heels in with this eminent domain part of it. That's what bugs me. But I really foresee that after this thing is all in place and operational, that I don't think it's going to average up where I don't think that California market, or I think Minnesota has now said you've got to be carbon neutral or whatever before they'll buy your ethanol. And I think it'll all average up. It won't affect the corn market or the ethanol market either one.
Well, it won't affect corn.
I don't know. Like I said, it's.
Well, I'll just tell you this, the amount of money that they're paying people, we're gonna see a marked number of buildings being built.
Yeah.
These guys got, I'm pretty sure north of me, they're on 45, the Cots building that great big building, I'm sure that's all money that he's getting from.
Yeah. Well,
And then some, so it crosses a lot of his land.
this county commissioner up there was telling me that that this one guy, they gotta go 2 miles across him, and they offered him 130,000. He said no. They offered him 150,000. He said no. And so they raised it to 250. He says no, I don't want it to cross my ground. There's no amount of money, and so they raised it to 350. And they said, but this is our final offer. After this, it's eminent domain. We will not come back with another offer. And like a week later, they came back and offered him 750, and he turned that down. He says, no, I just don't want it, you know. But so even what their quote unquote final offer is goes up, you know. But I don't know. It's just
The part that gets me is the people who signed first. They didn't get paid as much as the people that hung on,
yeah,
signed here at the very end,
yeah,
which, I mean, I guess that's right, because you're negotiating with them, but in a way, they always come to us and say, we want to be good neighbors. Well, if you're a good neighbor and you offer these guys this amount of money, go back and make it right with them.
yeah.
They'll say, well, we got to sign a contract. Sure you do, you got to sign a contract, but that doesn't mean you can't go back and make it right with them.
They are now saying that some of these older people were coerced into signing that easement because they lied to them and says, you're going to lose it in eminent domain. Well, that's yet undetermined. You know, the judges have made any decisions. So for them to tell them that you're going to lose it in eminent domain and you won't get hardly anything, I think that's lying to those poor elderly landowners that, you know. So now I guess there's discussion about starting lawsuits in regards to elderly abuse. I don't.
Holy shit, if they do that, that could end up costing them more damage.
Yeah, yeah, if they were dishonest about their negotiations with an elderly landowner, took advantage of them, then there's also they've got a collective lawsuit against these judges that ruled that they could survey. They said they think that the judges are interpreting that law wrong. They think that law that you can go out and survey is after you've been granted eminent domain, not before. And so they're filing a lawsuit against the judges that have said that they have a right to survey before the eminent domain is approved. I mean, it's,
Well, basically what the judge is saying then is your eminent domain, they don't even have to do anything for eminent domain that's already granted.
yeah, basically, you know. I don't know. Like I said, I just hate, you know, we can all have an opinion about whether this person or that person should have signed or shouldn't have signed. You know, I would have never turned down that amount of money. The point of it is, it's still their land. You know,
That's the point that bothers me more than anything, is that you can't say no to them.
yeah, and I've said to legislators, you know, when I expressed my concerns to them on that House Bill 1133, when I called them, I said, are you guys gonna decide where we're gonna, if you're not gonna pass this, where are you gonna draw the line? What is gonna be the end game of where we finally say enough is enough with eminent domain? Because if there's not an end to it, I said, you got old farmer Brown over here in his big overalls, that he only grows 150 bushel corn, and the young guy across the road with all the new technology grows 225. And he says, by the way, I'm going to use eminent domain. I'm going to farm your ground because it's for the better good of all the people, for that ground to raise 225 bushel corn instead of 150 bushel corn. They're like, well, that's ridiculous. I said, I mean it to sound ridiculous. Then where do we draw the line? You know, once you start giving eminent domain to private corporation, where does that start and stop? You know, I understand utility companies, you know, especially co-ops, necessary utilities that everybody can hook up to and use.
Can you check your email? For the opt-out,
Involves it with friends on Wednesday.
Good company?
Involves it with friends on Wednesday. So no friends will be formed, but because I'm the legal newspaper.
Right, we use
Yeah,
it.
it's my date, so they may know about it in advance.
Right.
That date doesn't do.
And then we get on and say, well, let's put it in time or we can't put it in here. At some point, you get a draw line.
One of our vendors is here. Anybody know where Dan went?
You said something about going to, about going to the parts store or something.
One of the what?
Like that or somewhere, I think.
Jim Jones had to leave.
Parts store.
The guy that sits
We
here.
got three of us here, let's get started.
Should we get started?
Yep.
All right. You said Dan or Dan?
Yeah, Dave Johnson. I'll tell him you're here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get started for you guys. Hello, how are you? Good. Good. I'm Michael Barone, and with me is Jesse Tolsma. We're from Dice Financial. We're going to hand out a brown folder for everybody here. Oops. All right.
He's wrong. Doesn't even, and you had to take off just for you, Doug.
All right, appreciate it.
Well, we'll just kind of start here.
She wants 1, 2.
All right, sounds good. So we'll start by just kind of talking a little bit about who we are. I know, we've actually worked with the county for 22 consecutive years on the health insurance. So for a long time, Luke, I don't know how many years you've been on the board.
We was with you when I got on the board. so-
Yeah, I know it's been since 2001, so it's been a long time. But our firm, we work with over 200 plus employers, I think closer to 250, from large groups to really small groups to everything in between. We work with a lot of counties and cities and nonprofits and different companies. We work with all the main insurance carriers too. So what we've done, and this is what we do for every year, this little sheet here shows all the people in our office and the people that are geared up for Medicare. We have an investment division in our office, so we do pretty much all different kinds of things, but we specialize in employers really, and that's really where we help the county for a lot of years. But when we jump into the agenda, what we, we could get into a lot of detail on it, but probably to kind of cut to the chase. It depends on the size of the group, if you're a large group or a small group, and it's all based on average employee count size. So Doug does a fabulous job. We went through, we looked at 4 different carriers. Avira, we looked at Walmart, Blue Cross Blue Shield. We were trying to get a quote with United Healthcare, which is a huge insurance company out in Minnesota and there in South Dakota. And then Health Partners is the 4th company. And 2 out of the 4 more or less declined the quote. Because, when you're a group of your size, they do look at claims, and there is this year. There's been more claims than normal. They look at demographics, they look at trend in healthcare, they look at a lot of different factors. So in the end of the day, Avira, keeping the same exact plans that you guys have right now, came in with a 9.85% adjustment. And we actually, in light of healthcare costs, we feel that it's a really fair adjustment, especially when some carriers said that we wanted to give you a quote because they were more or less didn't know where to price it. So we feel really good about that standpoint. But the difference between large and small employers is for large groups, they can look at claims, they can look at demographics, whereas small groups, you just kind of community rated. You typically pay a little bit more under the small group. There are rules with the Affordable Care Act. I can tell you we work probably every single week. We're talking between Doug and myself and Jesse and Kylie and making sure that the county's doing what you need to do to stay up to speed and stuff with your plan.
But when we look at it, we came in with a 9.85% adjustment with the Avera Health Plan. That's keeping the same three plans that you guys currently have, the same deductibles, the same out-of-pocket maximums. Everything's the same on it. The one copay changed a little bit, but in light of where we're at, we feel like that's a really fair adjustment, especially when we look at what the alternatives are. And kind of on the green sheet here, I'll just kind of show you, what you guys currently have. Currently, right now, the county pays for Plan 1, which is a $1,000 deductible, and it's a 60/40 co-insurance split. After that, the out-of-pocket would be a total of $3,500. That includes the deductible and the 60/40. It also includes any co-pays. Right now, you have 4 people on this plan. Most of them are on Plan 3. We're going to add a little bit here. But this is our traditional co-pay plan. When we go to Plan 2, this is if someone wants a $2,000 deductible. So they pay a little bit higher deductible. Their out-of-pocket's a little bit higher on this plan 2, which is a $4,500 out-of-pocket. They have co-pays, they have prescription drug copays as well. So there's really the 2 co-pay plans. The one that's been by far and away the most popular, this is something we started a few years ago, is your high deductible health plan, your HSA qualified insurance plan. This plan is where instead of having an office copay to go see the doctor or a pharmacy copay, you have coverage, but it goes towards your deductible. So if I go in for my surgery, once I pay $4,500, then I pay nothing else. Right now, a majority of your people are on this plan. I think we have 24 people out of 31, if I think I remember right on it, are on that plan 3. So a majority of your people are taking it. I think part of it is they're taking on a little more exposure, but what the county's been doing is any savings in premium is you've been putting in a separate account for the employees, and that account stays with them and rolls from one year to the next. It's called a health savings account, and that's set up with one of the local banks. And that works out pretty darn well. So if someone has expenses, they can use it, but if they don't, it just rolls from one year to the next. They can add their own money to it at the account if they want as well, which has worked really well. Is that, yeah?
Is this supposed to be 2022?
That is the current plan that we have for the current year. The 2023 one would be, it's going to be really pretty much the same ones. We just put last year's packet in there just to show what we have now as a reference, because technically we can pick a different plan if you guys wanted to. I just wanted to kind of show you, like you pointed that out, but Doug, I wanted to show you what we have right now, and then, then we'll get into the rates here in a minute. But then what we've done in the past is you've taken this sheet here, and whatever the single rate is on Plan 1, you just applied it to the other plans. So like Plan 3, since that single one is $623 versus $738, that roughly $213. You put in an account for the employees, so it's not sent to an insurance company, it's put to the employees and they get to use it in their HSA account. And it just rolls from one year to the next. They can use it for their dependents, even if their dependents aren't on the HSA, they can use that to use it for their medical expenses, as long as it's unreimbursed expenses, meaning glasses that are out of pocket, that I pay out of my pocket, aren't covered by insurance, I can pay for those, I can pay for deductibles, I can pay for pharmacy, I can do a lot of different things. But that's how your current plan is set up. And
On the HSA accounts, they can pull money out of there for non-medical expenses, it just has to be taxed.
yeah, so good question, or a good point on that. When they do that, someone can, it's not the county's job to watch it. They can take the money out, they'll pay income tax on it, and if they're under 65, they pay a 20% penalty. So they pay income tax and penalty if they use it to, I kind of jokingly say I can go to Walmart and buy tires for my car, which are non-qualified, or I can use it to buy prescriptions. Prescriptions are a qualified expense. If I buy tires or something non-medical related, then I pay income tax and a penalty on it. The good news, that's between the employee and the IRS, from that standpoint. And the bank will send out 1099s and different things, but it is their job to kind of take that responsibility on themselves, which we think is a really important thing to do. So most of your people are on those first 2 plans. Now, when we bump ahead here, we have a couple different things here. Wanted to kind of show you over here, and maybe we'll go to the back page here, this packet on the left-hand side of your packet, yep, this one right, there's one right here that shows these rates. This is when Avera originally came out with their renewal, they gave a levelized adjust where it was a 9.85%, but one plan was gonna go up 16%. And then one plan was like 15, and then one plan was gonna be an HSA plan that was gonna be at, like a 7.2. So what we did is we went back to them and said, make it levelized across the board, so that the rates are the same across the board. But when you look at this, you can see the current plan here is what the rates are gonna be, and then the next one over is what the renewal is, and that's showing the 16.4% adjustment. And then over here, we also received a quote from Walmart, and like I mentioned earlier, we are quoted as a large group, because you have, when you fill out the forms, it was 51 or more employees are considered a large group. When we got the Walmart quote as a mid and large, or mid-sized group, which is 51 or more, you can see just on that $1,500 deductible, it's about 48% more expensive. It's significantly more expensive because it's considered a mid-sized group. Now, if you were considered a small group with Walmart, then they don't look at any claims, but you're supposed to have less than 50 or less total employees, average employee count. And right now, for when we've looked at it, and I know we've worked hard with Doug to try to make sure we're quoting it the right way, that you're at that above 51 and more total, so you're considered a mid-size from where we're seeing it. If you were a small group with Walmart, then it would be age rated, meaning every age of every person. If I'm 46, Jesse's 31, someone else is 64, everybody would have different rates. But these are composite rates, that's what the county's used to seeing. When we look ahead on these other sheets, this is what the original renewal, you can see on page 2, same thing on the second plan. Now remember, you only have 3 people on plan 2, you have 4 on plan 1 for a total of 7 employees. This is what the original renewal was gonna be, a 16%, you kept the same deductibles, the same out of pocket that you have right now. The drug plan changed just a little bit on the tiers. You see tier 1, 0, then it's 7 for tier 2, so a lot of the generics are gonna be $7 or free. And then there's the co-pays and co-percentages there, when you look at those other 2. Now, we put on here other options if you raised your deductible. We could go to a $5,000 or $3,500 or $2,500 deductible. We like to keep those in our back pocket for future years, so that you have those available, when we may have years where maybe there's really large increases, or you have a really difficult budget year. We're an independent firm, like I mentioned, so we work with all sorts of plan designs. I mean, we can go to higher deductibles, we can do buy downs, where we buy it down, where, there's different names for them. There's health reimbursement, there's medical expense reimbursement plans, there's different names for them. We can do all those. In our opinion, you'd save those for future years. Now, page 3 is the HSA, so you can see the original renewal was a 7.9% adjustment. Now remember, you have a majority of your employees are on this plan 3. 24 out of the 31 of employees are on that plan right now, so this is where a majority of the people are at. It originally came in at a 7.9% adjustment. Remember, it's a levelized 9.85, and we'll get to those rates in a little later, because we asked Avera to actually show us what those levelized amounts would be. But you can see if you raise your deductible to a $5,500 deductible, it'd actually be a no increase under this plan. It'd be slightly lower than you're paying right now. But remember, what that would mean is the deductible is what the employee pays before the insurance kicks in. So instead of paying the first $4,500, they pay the first $5,500. We've also put the Walmart mid-sized group quotes on there as well, $4,500 and $5,500 plans. That you can see those are substantially more expensive, way more expensive. When we went back to, we were talking, and from a budgetary standpoint, it's really confusing if you say, one plan is going up 16, one's going up 7.9. Can you just make it a levelized one? So we went back to Avera and we said, can you make this a levelized option? So if you can find this sheet right here, and here it says levelized in your packet, it's a separate, it's kind of a single, right there. This we think is potentially a solution. We can, if you said, all right, let's raise the $1,000 deductible to the $1,500, or let's move it to a higher deductible, we can levelize them if we want in an equal amount. all they really need to do is they need to get so much premium in, it doesn't matter where it comes from, you know? But right now, most of your people are on plan 3. So what this plan does here is this shows that it kept all 3 plan options at a levelized 9.85% adjustment. You know, we wish that it was a 0, but in light of inflation and in light of what we've dealt with claims and ongoing items and healthcare costs and everything else going on, costs have gone up. Now, what the county's been doing is the county's been paying the single rate on plan 1. And we think that would be a very good idea to do if you're at all able to financially. And by paying it on based on $919 versus the other one was $974, Jesse and I did the math on it, it was around $20,000 that the county will save by going to the levelized option. And we still think the employees are going to be very happy with the plans. They've been used to this plan for, I think since 2018, they've had the Avera plan. Before that, they had Dakota Care for a lot of years, 15 plus years before that, maybe even 18 years. It's been a long time, so they're used to that network and they're very comfortable. But our recommendation would be to keep the same 3, do the levelized options that you currently have, not try to play any games of raising your deductible and doing any kind of medical expense buy down or health reimbursement buy down or any of those kind of things. Save those options for future years, because then your employees truly know what they're going to get. There are not going to be any surprises, because with all insurance, what you're looking for, in our opinion, is looking at what is your out-of-pocket maximum. What's the most I can pay in 1 year if everything goes wrong? And these plans have $3,500, $4,500, or even $4,500 maximum out of pocket. And you know, just from my own experience, Jesse's had experiences. You never know when something bad happens. It's nice to have a modest, you know, out of pocket expense, and you know, that's what we find that most people like. So,
Mike, is the levelized option assuming that all the employees stay on the plan that they're on?
yeah, it would be, but they will honor it. I mean, they're going to. Avera's not going to say it's going to change if people switch around.
If everybody goes to plan 1,
They're stuck with it. They've agreed to do it. Yeah. And because they don't think that's probably going to happen, it could happen, but that's a very good
It wouldn't
question.
change either if we got rid of a plan 1 or 2,
No,
because those are higher.
yeah, those are higher. I mean, what I think is going to
It
happen.
wouldn't drop anything.
Yeah, every year you've been with us, more and more people have went to plan 3, the HSA. And, you know, we don't ever force them to, but you just lay the numbers side by side and you show them where it is and you show them the benefits. And I think people like the idea of being able to have that separate account, and if they don't have expenses, it builds. And if you're-
our contribution to the HSA is based off of the price of plan 1.
Right.
That's what
That's
it is.
That's the past we have done.
Yep, and you guys can always change it now. So what you could say is, you could say instead of the $1,000 deductible, we want plan 1 to be $2,000. We could do that, and then we could, you know, just, you know, make that adjustment off of it. It's worked well for the employees. I know from, you know, we interact with them on a regular basis, and like I said, we've helped you for 22 plus years, and you get to know all your employees. I think they're very comfortable calling us with questions, but I really feel like they really appreciate the plan, and I know they appreciate the HSA. So what we did is, we show it here, and we can go into a lot of detail. I just know it's a busy day today, and we don't want to take up too much of your time. We've showed here in this yellow sheet right here that says sample if you use the same 3 plans as last year, and then applied at, in the county paid the $919.52, so roughly $54 higher than you're paying right now, for the county employees, what it would look like. And you can see here, this is what the employee in plan 1, the employee spouse, where those numbers would be employee children, employee in the family, and then down to the HSA, their HSA contribution would go to $234 a month, is what the county, because remember, plan 1 is more expensive than plan 3, and then you're just giving them the money. You don't have to give the entire savings. I think it's went really well. I know your employees appreciate it, because we always do employee meetings, and we interact with them on the phone and meet with them. We always do 1 or 2 meetings in August to do the open enrollment. But they would pocket that money Now, from a standpoint of how much you can put in an HSA, we have some flyers that are in here, but the contribution limit for the year is, just, do you remember what that is off the top of your head?
Yep, so for 2023, those are according to the IRS guidelines, and so they get adjusted each year. But for the single, it's gonna be 3,850 for 2023. And then if you're on, in the case of the family, it's double that. And so that would be the 7,750 for the 2023 tax year.
If they're 55 or older, it's a little more, $1,000 more. But all that we want to make sure on, and this really isn't the commissioner's issue, we educate the employees. We just don't want to never over. If you're getting $2,500 from the county, you don't want to put another $2,500 in if you're not, break the rules on it. We really like the HSA because, like you said, it's more of a consumer-driven plan. People are more driven on what the real cost of healthcare is, and yet they're protected. So my gallbladder went out 3 years ago. I had the HSA plan, like the one you guys have. I knew what my exposure was. I hit my deductible, and then I was done for the year. I didn't have to go back and have to pay anything more. And if I'm lucky enough to put the money away, I have the money sitting there now. We also have it set up at Louis Doug where the employees can add to their HSAs on a payroll deduct, which is a nice deal. So maybe people want to put a little more money in and they're able to. And like I said, you don't want to just go only HSA, in my opinion. From our end, we feel like offering at least another option is a good idea to do. Have the HSA, have the other plan that goes with it, but also keep options for the future.
Do we have anybody on two, or have we had anybody on two?
Yeah. Well, there's two currently, and I think one's considering a switch.
There's no benefit for us to remove one of the plans, either plan 1 or 2 though, really.
Not really, unless you said I would want to just pay on plan 2 rate. If you said instead of paying, whatever that amount is, the $919, you'd rather pay a little lower amount. You could do that, and you can cover the single rate on plan 2. And you could pay $861, or something if you wanted to do. You have flexibility in what you do.
So we wouldn't have any premium savings, or I guess
No.
if someone's on 2, they would save a little bit because because we're not paying.
Yeah, exactly.
Pay a
That's
little less.
not a major savings, and when we look back, one of the important things we try to look at with an employer is we always want to make sure that you got a rate this year. What's the rate going to be in the future? And we had really, really good rate stability when we look back on these plans. I'm just gonna had this available and I pulled it up here. I'm gonna just give you an idea of what we've been dealing with here. Give you an idea, since 2017, a long time ago, of course, you had a little lower deductible at that point, but your single rate was $1,100 that you were paying, the county was. In 2018, the rates dramatically went down at that point. It went down like 20-some%. There's a number of factors. That was the first year that we switched to a Avera Health plan, saved a bunch of money. Then the next year was up 10%, then 8.6%, then a negative 13% reduction. Back in 2021, last year you had a 0. And this year at 9.85, but really for the last 6 years, we've dealt with like a flat rate. It went way down, came up a little bit, went down again. We've had really good rate stability, which we work with 200 plus employer plans, and most of them aren't seeing the rates not moving. They're seeing them move around some. So we think that's a really good deal. And part of it is where you're rated. I think you have you have the Avera network that includes all the Avera doctors along with the independents, so like Huron and most of the providers in the area are in. Mayo is in when there's a referral, and then there's a medical necessity and stuff. But your people have gotten adjusted to it, and they have deep discounts. When they go in, I'm not paying the bill. The month's $5,000. There's some pretty big discounts that are coming in with the current plan. Like I said, we work with many different insurance carriers. We work with Blue Cross, we work with Avera, Sanford. There's other ones, Health Partners, a whole bunch of them out there. But right now, it sure looks like when we look at the numbers, the Avera is by far the best option. And they've been the incumbent. They kind of know what your group's all about, and You know, last year was from a pure claim standpoint, wasn't a good year, but you know, that's what you want with a partner, is someone to not gouge you or kick you when you're down. You know, and the 9.85 and not adjusting your plan design, we think is a really fair deal from that standpoint. A couple other things I want to remind you on is your deductible, everything starts over September 1st. So that's how our plan runs, including the deductibles and the out-of-pockets. They start over September 1, so we always do the open enrollment in the month of August so that we can, you know, or even late July, so everybody gets situated in their plan and it starts over. If we would go to a Wellmark, they're going to want to put the group on a calendar year deductible. So sometimes people, if they thought their deductible was going to be set here and then it yet resets January 1st, it's a little bit different kind of setup from that standpoint. They'll give typically credits for deductibles you hit year to date when you make the change, but that is a disruption that we see, you know, from that standpoint. But yeah, like I said earlier, you know, we could talk in great length about it. In our opinion, it would be, you know, keep the same plans. I mean, we could tweak the deductibles and different things, but we would not recommend it. We'd recommend keeping the same plans. The other thing that we have is we have your ancillary benefits. I want to remind you what you have set up for the employees. We have set up currently right now a vision, and these are all through the Standard Insurance Company. That started last year on 10/1. We have a dental plan through the Standard, and there's also basic life insurance of $25,000. And all those are maybe on the right-hand side of your folder. But those of all, when we did it last year, if you remember, we actually were able to secure a 2-year rate guarantee. So the good news is those rates aren't changing. So vision, dental, life has a 2-year rate guarantee. There's no change in the rates. And you know, with the life insurance, that actually has a 3-year rate guarantee. And our opinion is, even if there's a few cents to save or a dollar here or there, the disruption to your members, having to get new cards, and what it does to the, you know, to the auditor's office on having to redo everything, we would recommend you keep it to where it is. Don't make a change on it. Hold on to it. We don't want to, you know, in our opinion, it's not worth any kind of disruption because even if it was 50 cents in the single savings, that may be recouped next year back on a rate increase or a disruption to your member. We also have COBRA administration. That means if someone ever quits or leaves, who's going to handle the COBRA? Our plans all have the COBRA built right into it so that they can the plans can offer it and you don't have to worry about it. Last thing that we have on there is an employee assistance program. There's a 5-visit EAP program that's currently built into your insurance plan. We think that's a really valuable thing to have for your employees, where someone just needs help counseling. There's just a lot of things they can do that's available. It's all confidential, and it's built right into your health plan so that they have that EAP program. And typically, no one knows when anyone uses it, but I tell you what, from our experience, it's really handy to have, because with COVID, you never know when someone needs a little extra help. And that EAP program's there, you know, so employee assistance program. So questions you guys have on the coverages, and we can mix and match. We showed you the levelized options just to show where that would be. We really feel like, and that saves the county $20,000 right there if you stick with the levelized option, because you're going to be paying a lower rate on that single insurance on plan 1. Otherwise, if you said, hey, we're looking for a little more savings, we could bump your deductible up a little bit. We don't think going crazy and moving your deductible way up right now is the thing to do. You've got really good rate stability with Avera. Let's not, in our opinion, tip over the apple cart this year, you know, because when you compare apples to apples, they're by far the best rates that we see out there.
I don't know, it's maybe not a huge deal, but like the dental vision stuff, can it be made so we have the same time frame? Everything it just seems like it would be convenient for everyone to have the same calendar.
Well, we can kind of, I mean, that one's 10/1 and the health's 9/1. So the one positive is when we do the meeting in August or early August, whenever we do the meeting, we'll talk about it all at the same time with the employees. It's just that one kicks in 10/1. And I think the reason last year was it all changed over last year, but we didn't have enough time to make that change, to get it all done on 9/1. Kind of there was some last minute conversations and stuff, but I know exactly what you're talking about, Greg, on, you know, have it identical. But one thing we don't have, it's not like it's the first of the year, because then it really gets confusing. You know, we'll talk about it in August, when we do the employee meeting, and they come in and the health will start then, and then dental vision. Typically, people don't move around a lot in dental vision, they kind of keep with what they got. But if someone wants to open enroll, that's when they can come on. And that time, if they don't get on when it's the open enrollment and it's out, then they're not a new hire, then they have to have a special event, typically for the health plan. Qualifying or special enrollment period, I think is what they call SEP, what we call it, so. From that standpoint, but like I said, we can talk a lot more. I mean, the big thing is you guys are a large group, when we did the calculation from Doug's standpoint. If you were a small group, then things are different. They're individually age rating the members versus the composite rating in most cases. And you typically are gonna see, we start, what we see is a higher adjustments on the small groups than you do with where you're at right now. That nobody likes an increase, but I tell you what, from experience, we feel like it's very fair in that if you can do it for another year, we think that would be a good idea. Or if you feel like you need to make a small change, tweak the deductible on plan 1 or 2 a little bit, and we can do plan. Maybe just keep that HSA, because we know there's more people going to the HSA. I've talked to a number of people that want to go to that, so I think they feel like it's a good option. So. We have a lot more literature here. I just we don't want to bore you though. You know, there's a lot of good stuff, a lot of stuff we could go into. Any questions anybody has?
We get to set what the county's contribution, how we kind of went with the simplicity of doing a single.
Yep.
And one.
It just, for the last 22 years, it's been paid a single rate. But yeah, you're right, you can tweak it, and that's where we offered a couple different options, three different options. You could pay what you want to pay, and then we'll just apply it to the various tiers, you know, under a composite rate. I mean, you could say, well, last year you paid whatever that amount was, $800 some, and you said, well, this year, instead of $919, we want to pay $900. I mean, you can do that, and anybody that takes plan 1, they would pay $19 a month pre-tax, or you know, whatever that is. And then you'd still put whatever the difference is into the HSA account. So there still would be money going into that account that could be used for rainy day and different things from that standpoint. Some people that are on Medicare, they might not want the HSA plan because, you know, if you have Medicare, it's better to not necessarily have that HSA because you have to have credible coverage rules. There's different things like that. So we do think having at least one plan that's appropriate to go with that HSA is good. But also always remember having options in the future, because next year, the year after, costs go up and you say, let's tweak the deductible and move that $4,500 to a $5,000. We have room to help you out from a budgetary standpoint. So.
I guess if I'm understanding it correctly, I understand, I guess, the levelized approach, but it'd probably be fair to say that if we go with that strategy, then, I mean, it probably looks to me like we're asking the HSA people to probably pay more to offset the plan 1 and 2 costs.
A little bit more. I mean, you would be saving $20,000 because you're paying, instead of basing it on 957, would be based on 919, and it would be a 9.85% adjustment for what they're paying. You still mostly have singles, but most of the singles don't pay anything on any of the 3 plans. It would only be those employee children or employee spouse people that would have it. It's just that we felt like in most of the groups we work with, it's easier to explain that it's a 9.85% adjustment across the board for all 3 plans than to say this plan's up 16, this one's only up 7, and you know you'll create the rate sheet, but it seems like that's been what's the most popular that we've seen, at least in the groups that we work with. You know, from that, and that's where we think the levelized is just a much better route to go, and it'll help your budget first off. I mean, I think the employees are still going to be really happy because they're going to go from $200 or $200 on the HSA to $234, so they would go up a little bit on what the contribution is to kind of use for rainy day money. You know, and in my opinion, I think they would feel pretty good about that, you know, from that standpoint.
How many do we have on 1 and 2? Like 7?
We got 4 on Plan 1, and then you have
2 or 3, or is it 2?
Two singles, one that has dependents on plan 2, so 3 total on that plan.
Yeah. So plan 1 is 4, then 2 singles and 1 employee children on plan 2, and then 20 singles on plan 3, and then 4 that are employee spouse, I believe. So a majority of your people are on that plan 3, and they're, my opinion is they're gonna be very happy on the levelized portion, I believe, because it's still gonna give them more money in their HSA account. The employee spouse and children go up a little bit, but for what we've seen out in healthcare and inflation, and just inflation in general, doesn't matter if you're at the grocery store or at the pump or anywhere, costs have been going up. But the biggest thing though too is just you want to plan, you know, if you stick with the same insurance company, you have some track record. So when you have a tough year financially or claims wise, you're able to have a partner with you that isn't going to stick you or, you know, have a big adjustment. You want somebody that's going to treat you fair. And we feel like the Avera plan's done that for you. And like I said, we work with all the main carriers, but when we look at our analysis on compared to the other alternatives, they're just all a lot higher when we're comparing apples to apples, you know, from that standpoint. Like you said, so just kind of the summary, our suggestion would be, you have to look at all the options, would be to have some version of that levelized option. Like you said, you wanted to limit a little bit of what the county pays. You wouldn't have to pay the single rate. Hopefully it's in the budget though to do, but if you absolutely can't do it, pay a flat dollar amount and still offer 3 options. I mean, we could always tweak the deductible up a little bit if we needed to, but still keep a plan or 2 plans that have a copay and prescription drug copay plan, and then offer that piggyback with that HSA, and then it gives you room in the future that if you want to make changes, you can, and still kind of, so to speak, have something in your back pocket to use in the future. So. Anything else? Anybody ask? Doug, anything you?
Good.
We appreciate your time. We appreciate helping you guys. So look forward to working with you and your employees going forward. We've always take good care of everybody. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Roger's just got a good hip, so he kind of.
If we pick the minimum, it's pretty not a big deal. People aren't probably gonna dig into it.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you. Christie was here, Benedict was here last year. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Lake Crescent, South Dakota, on a farm, so I grew up in the farming community. Back in the old days, we had oats and flax and everything, and hogs and cattle, and been to Miller several times, and actually through here about a couple of the Cuspers and Millers who were through the area just about every month we're in town. So let's get right to the chase. Let's start with page 7. A little bit about the reason why we're here. A little bit about Risty Benefits. Been in business for over 20 plus years. Roger's kind of known as the godfather of benefits around eastern South Dakota. So actually we, right now we currently have 35 of the 66 counties in South Dakota we deal with currently today. So we're an associate member of the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners. We support the organization with their dues, participation, and we attend the conventions and workshops. We're there every year. So we're an independent broker. We work with all the licensed medical and ancillary benefits all across the state. So number 1, medical. Currently have Avera, okay? $1,000 plan, we have 5 singles on that, and 2 and 1, and then 20.
And if I can interrupt a little bit. Our 5 and 3, for a total of 8, is a little different than what we had just heard. But this is going on the latest information or the information we received from the auditor's office. So we show 5 singles on the $1,000 plan and 2 singles and employee child on the $2,000 plan.
So renewals here September 1 with a 16% rate increase. Last year you did not see that, so you're making that up for it right now this year. Because last year you didn't have an increase. So total of 24.5. Bavaria's been, providing is great. They're, one of the authorized agents, but other providers, you can't go to Sanford, you can't go to Mayo Clinic without, that's all considered out of network. So we've talked to a few employees and we've heard that some employees would prefer where they can go out of network, have the opportunity to do that. So with that, we came with a couple options for you. We're offering the health insurance alternative for your consideration. Replace $1,000 deductible, the Wellmark Complete Blue 5,000 plan with the MERP, Medical Expense Reimbursement Plan. It's called a MERP. MERP use, annual savings right around $30,000. It's a benefit buy-down, okay, from the $5,000 deductible plan that Kent County currently has. Employees essentially retain the $1,000 and $2,000 deductible and be much cheaper. They won't notice anything. The hospital, the clinics won't know anything. Also with the other plan, replace the Vera 45 with the high deductible health plan with the Wellmark 5,000 deductible health plan. Expected savings on that with the MERP, everything comes back to, like I said, $30,497 a year. Okay, a little bit of difference there. It's going to cost a little bit more with the Wellmark high deductible plan. So approximately $902 more additional annual expense. However, employees will gain access to the Blue Cross Blue Shield network, giving them full and complete PPO network, 90% of the doctors and hospitals in South Dakota, plus access to the Mayo Clinic. So with Wellmark, you did not need a referral when you go to there. Now, I've experienced that. I have health insurance from Sanford with my wife. And we take our daughter to the Mayo Clinic. I had to pray to high heaven that I could get a referral if you take her there. With Wellmark, you can go.
The difference is with Avera, the insurance company decides whether you go to Mayo or not. If they can't treat you in their system, if they can't provide the specialist in the system, then they may refer you over to Mayo. With Blue Cross and Blue Shield, they don't care. You can go to Mayo all you want. The referral comes from the doctor to the doctor, and the insurance company has nothing to do with it.
So we try to get other quotes from other providers. Sanford Health Partners would not quote your group because of the high claims. So other includes Medica, we tried with them, and their rates were a lot higher. So we came, as part of our job as a broker, we come and try to find the best option for our customers. And with that, we have found that Wellmark, right now with that, is to do the MERP with that. And you can see there on page 9, the email from Health Partners saying that they would not quote. So let's go to page 10 then. Roger will get in with the MERP. He'll go through the MERP with you here.
Okay. MERP stands for Medical Expense Reimbursement Plan. It comes under the heading of Section 105 of the IRS code. If you ever look up the IRS code for 105, it shows HRA. But when you're dealing with a MERP, it's more of a blanket effect. It can be a PPO plan, it could be an HRA, it could be an HSA. You all will fall under 105 under Medical Expense Reimbursement Plan. We probably have at least 24 clients that are doing a MERP and they're saving tens of thousands of dollars.
One of those,
Go ahead.
One of those clients is right here in Miller, Mid Dakota Rural Water. We reach out to them, and they've had to work now with Wellmark for about 3 years, and you can ask them to save them thousands of dollars in the last 3 years. And they're happy as I'll get out with that. They would never go back. They would never change. They are totally 100% on board. They love it 125%.
Okay, when you're dealing with a MERP, the concept is, here's the plan we want, $1,000, $2,000. Here's the plan we buy. Okay, in this case, a $5,000 deductible. That premium savings between the two plans is roughly $30,000 just on 8 employees. We're looking at just the $1,000 and the $2,000 plan, you're looking at a $30,000 differential, okay? You use that savings, that $30,000 to buy from a $5,000 deductible back down to the desired plan. To the employees, nothing changes. You still have $1,000 and a $2,000 deductible. And when you look at the savings chart, this one here, you'll see that the utilization at 20%, you're still gonna save after you brought everything back down, $20,000. Now, how realistic is a 20% utilization? Very realistic. Last year, out of all the plans we have, our average utilization was only 18%. We have never, ever had a plan over 25% utilization. So even at 25% utilization, you're still gonna save $18,000 just on the 8 people that are on this plan, okay? So the concept is you get, or you move from Blue Cross, or excuse me, from Avera to Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And here's the difference also, and we confirmed this on the way out here when we were driving out here. Blue Cross and Blue Shield, at least to the people we're working with, consider you small group, not large group. And that's based on total bodies and number of hours worked. It comes out to about 40 FTE per year. And so they told us we could quote a small group medical plan with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which is what we did. And that's those are the numbers that we're utilizing on our presentation here. Your plan went up $14,400 on the $1,000 and $2,000 plan and $1,320 on the HSA plan for a total of $15,720. Now, like I said, we do a lot of medical plans across the state, a lot of counties. I went into one county commission one time and I said, okay, if I could save you $400,000, that's a road grade. Are you interested in listening to us? Yeah, they kind of got their attention because the true savings was $400,000. They're not quite as big as that other group, and your dynamics are a little bit different. But the question I'm going to ask you is, what would I have to save the county? Keeping all your benefits exactly the same, what would I have to save the county for you to move your benefits over to this benefits? $10,000, $20,000, $30,000?
That's a big question. We're here to save you money, taxpayer money here in Hand County.
Now, I'm going to tell you that we're going to save you approximately $30,000 after expenses buy down $20,000 on just the 8 people that are on the lower plan. The HSA plan didn't come out so well. Blue Cross only gives us 2 options, silver and bronze. Using the bronze HSA plan, we're actually about $25,000 more expensive than what your renewal's going to be. So the bottom line, if you're looking at Blue Cross and Blue Shield, we can get you there. But it's going to cost you about $5,000 to $10,000 more than what you're paying right now. The advantage is you got an open network. You go to any doctor. You go to Mayo. You're not tied to just one network. Now, with that said, we can keep you with Avera. Still do the work, still do the buy down, still keep the plans exactly the same, and save you roughly $30,000. Okay? I want to make sure everybody understood that.
So you have questions about the MERP. Who doesn't understand it? First time it's very hard.
The concept is very simple. You want a higher deductible and you want premium savings to buy it back down. Utilization is less than 25%. We've never had one go over. Realistically, we're figuring around 20%. Doug, you called Susan over at Sellers. What was her response?
They enjoy it.
Yeah. They've saved a lot of money. Give Scott Cross a call over here at, Mid-Dakota. They've had it, they love it, they save a lot of money. We've got many clients in many counties doing this work and this work.
It's a word's getting out, the other counties are asking for this, because you're hearing how you have a big county out west that save a ton of money, and that gets around with the county staff, and so it's like, okay, what can you do for us? But it's all about, your numbers, everything, so we need to look at everything, so this is where we're at with that. Questions on the MERP at all? I think we explained it pretty well in our handout. If you did your research, your readings,
Dan, who administers the MERP?
We have a TPA, a third-party administrator.
Now, that's a very good question. Avera and Blue Cross have a direct link with our TPA. As soon as the claim is generated, that bill or that claim is electronically sent down to our third-party administrator for repricing. The employee's going to get 2 EOBs. And we explain all this in employee meetings. The first one is going to come from the medical provider. They ignore that one because we're buying it down to the desired plan. They don't do anything until they get that second EOB from our third-party administrator. Okay? Now, we can do it 2 ways. We can have the doctor in the hospital. We can have the check go directly to the doctor or the provider, or we can go have the check sent directly to the employee. A lot of employers prefer to have the check sent to the the provider simply because they don't want the employee going out on a television set or TV set or a pickup truck or whatever, not paying the medical bill. But we have some of our groups that prefer the check go to the employees so they can pay their bill back. So we can do it either way.
One or the other.
Okay? Now, one of the things that, if you like the idea of the MERP, and if you like the idea of saving $30,000, and if you want to stay with Avera, there's one caveat. You need to make us the agent of record so we can implement all this.
An agent of record can be changed once a year. So basically by that, the commission auditor would sign it, name your receipt benefits as your agent of record. Nobody can say anything different. Everything would come to us and we take care of it. We're here all the time. Like I said, we're in Miller every month. We're up here. We're stopping. Doug probably get tired of us. You probably get tired of us probably about every other meeting. That's what we do. It's service. We're here for you. We're here for the employees with questions. We have other employees in the counties, even some of the commissioners called one of our staff members at 9:30 one night. Can you help me? You betcha. Got on the computer, let me call you back. 15 minutes later, rectified the situation. It was a little miserror because one thing didn't send in, boom, got taken care of. Next morning, you got a call back, insurance company, yep, taken care of, thank you.
I'm going to throw another concept at you also. You're looking at taking an increase in premium of a little over $15,000 between the 3 plans that you got in place for this next year. We're looking at saving you $30,000 by going a MERP. How would you like to take a 0% increase and still save $15,000 by utilizing that MERP and having the savings offset the premium increase? We can do that, and it happens all the time.
So the Walmart high deductible HD, HP Silver.
Is more expensive. That's the deal breaker with Wellmark. The combination between the 2 plans with Wellmark is actually going to cost you $7,000 to $10,000 more than what your renewal is. But the upside is you move to Wellmark Blue Cross. If that's not an option, then you go to plan 2.
Then you go anywhere with Walmart. You're not handcuffed.
We have never had an issue using the MERP. We've had some brokers that come in that don't understand how MERP works, and we call it a trick. There's nothing tricky about it. We do this all day long. And we've got, like I said, dozens of clients that are doing this, saving tens of thousands of dollars.
We just listed 3 of the counties there in our, for reference.
Well, we don't have, there's no, am I not seeing the individual broke out for the MERP with those? I don't think I'm seeing that anywhere. The scroll down page,
Which
what an individual would pay. You have a monthly premium
Yeah,
total,
yes.
but it,
The Merck is mine, well marked, yeah.
Employee only.
okay.
Yeah, and how stable are the premiums with Merck?
As stable as regular, as stable as what the carrier is.
That's a hard question.
So what
I mean, if
happens
you
if
can
it,
tell me what rates are gonna go up next year with 91% loss ratio.
well, let's say that we have another year like this year, work like
Again, I can't answer that question. I'm not-
Nobody can answer that, right?
But you gotta still gotta be
Nobody,
doing that.
somebody can answer that question, they'd be lying to you.
But I mean, does it change the dynamics of the entire Merck? They just.
No.
That's not-
This is all the employee pays. But this is
So
what
conceivably, you're still at the burden of the insurance.
transferred out
companies, what the premium.
of the
Sure.
extra savings that the county would have to hold it from the savings.
Right, but when you're buying down, that was my question is, do they make accommodations for that or not, or does insurance?
To answer your question, I think what your question is, the answer is yes, we can make accommodations for that. All depends upon the savings, but sooner or later, you have to keep something in place with that inflationary factor in order to have enough money to accommodate the buy-down.
And so does the third party, say the third party
Administrator.
administrator, do they make regular reports of where the funds sit in?
But
We need a monthly
we
report.
can send you a monthly report every month, okay. Second, third of the month after everything's in, I can send you a monthly report, I can have them send it to you, they'll come to us, I'll send it to you, so you know, for the first commission meeting, we're just sitting every month. Why, we do it for the other counties all the time, they want to know as well, it's their money, they want to keep track.
Well, I was more curious, like, how you report it with the IRS. So do they do that?
Who reports what to the IRS?
The savings, or not the savings, but the funds that are
The
diverted.
funds are sitting in a segregated account to be used specifically for employee benefits.
Right, they're an asset to somebody.
They're an asset, but they're an asset to the county, you're nonprofit. Okay, so the reporting is sitting in a segregated account for a nonprofit organization, there is no reporting on those particular assets. Now, here's another good question or key point. If that fund becomes large enough, you can use those funds to buy other benefits, whether it's to pay for more towards your dental, your vision, give more life insurance, or maybe you put in hospital indemnity plan or MASA. You want to talk to me a bit about MASA? MASA is an organization where a company that provides ambulance and air services for rural counties. If they need hospital or helicopter to come out to transport. We had a situation here about 3 years ago where an employee in Martin, South Dakota needed to be airlifted to Rapid City. Guess how much the bill was? $50,000. $50,000. Blue Cross and Blue Shield. You know how much Blue Cross paid out of that $50,000? $15,000. They don't pay 100% of ambulances and air flight bills like that. That's for this other organization. $13.50 a month, and I'm getting off track here. But that's where coverage like that comes into play.
And you have that savings to pay for that for the employee. There's another benefit, because you have to look at, again, benefits for the employees, you have to look at down the road, how many employees are gonna be retired in the next 10 years, okay? To get new people to come to work here in Miller, Hampton County, you need the best benefits possible, because you're competing against everybody. So with that, you want to get good quality employees, which you have already, and you want, when they retire, replace them with good quality employees. If they have, the benefits aren't there, you know, Sarah and Joe are gonna look down the road, they're gonna move here and there, because the benefits is huge now. That's why we do this.
We want to get the best benefits possible out there for our customers. We do this every day.
So you were maybe discussing this, maybe missed it. How does money get into this, that account? How does the funds get into that account? Is
Okay,
that?
what you're gonna do is, in order to get the $30,000 savings, you're gonna take that 16 and 7.9% increase that was coming already. You're gonna take those funds and you're gonna set it into a segregated account, and then we're gonna pull those funds out to pay your monthly Blue Cross and Blue Shield or Avera premium as they come due. It's gonna be substantially more than what the premium is. The rest of that money sits in that account. So it's for the funds that you're already allocating to the benefit program.
When I look at the scenario, if you can save 30,000, I go back to the farm. If my dad could have saved 30,000 buying a tractor back in 1970, this tractor didn't cost that much then. But, okay, let's take a combine right now, $300,000. You can pick up that combine for $270. Aren't you gonna pick that up for $270? Why give International John Deere Case, whatever that $300, you can get it for $270? Why should they have that 30,000? You can put that 30,000 back in your pocket here. Look at it that way. We're here to save you money. Why wait down the road to do that? Do it now. This is the time to do it. If the general public and county figured out you had an opportunity to save $30,000, and all of a sudden you're cutting wages and this and that and jobs, and you have a chance to save $30,000, you know, it might be some ground of people. I mean, that's part of it. It's a taxpayer. You want to do the best and save your tax people money.
So if we stayed with Avera and initiated the MERT theory, renewal still stays the same. But if we switch to Wellmark, we're gonna have that dead period. September 1st to January 1st, correct? Call it a dead period. Basically, they're gonna get stuck with a second deductible issue.
And that is correct. It's going to be a 1-1 renewal. Or excuse me, deductible calendar.
And we have some customers actually work with the school right now where they have insurance that's renewed this year and they're on a deductible calendar year, and so they want to move. It just messes up everything. Nobody can keep it straight, which is, why was that way? Their broker is not doing them justice, and that can be changed, and we're going to get them to change that. And they're coming over to us, they're getting an agent of record to take over for them. But they want that. They want everything on the calendar year instead of July 1. But it just messes up everything. So, but again, it's what you guys want, with the commission, what you guys want, what's, for your employees.
The Walmart on your extended page here, the ins and the outs.
In-network, out-of-network.
Okay. Just trying to make this into something else.
Keep in mind that with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, 99.9% of all providers in South Dakota are in network with Blue Cross.
And everywhere we go, Mayo Clinic comes into a big thing. And I'm just gonna pick on Mayo, any other, if you're, Mayo's there because everybody talks about it. You need a referral there. It's like, you just go. You can just hop in the car and go to Mayo and get there with Wellmark. Like I said earlier, with the other 2 plans, the other 3 plans, you gotta pray to God that you get the referral. It'll probably take you 2 or 3 months to get in, and there your loved ones is not doing very good. So that comes into consideration. You wanna stay here, you wanna have an open network where you can go anywhere you want to. That's another thing. They save the 30,000, you got some decisions to make with that. Any other questions on that? You got, won't be a test on it, trust me.
What I would suggest, if you have any questions that come out afterwards, that Doug know, we can answer them for you.
Okay, let's go on the ancillary benefits. Now, that's the other thing that we, your insurance medical is September 1, your ancillary is 10/1. Why? We can put all that together. That's another thing that can be worked on. You got 2 open enrollments. Why do you want to put your employees through 2 different months and all of a sudden, or the month before, now they get, another, you do it in the middle of August, and they might want to make a change in September, what they did in August, and all of a sudden, well, we already sent the paperwork in. It's kind of confusing to employees. Put it all together. Put it all together.
Put it all at one time. You got one open enrollment for everything. Make it precise. That's what everybody likes it that way. We're on page 22 now. So again, with that, you go, we call it the next sheet there on 25, we call it comparison sheets. So with the dental, last year you switched to the standard, okay? There's another company called Reliance Standard. Don't get it confused. They're two different companies, okay? So, but they're both open PPO. Actually, they're both underwritten by Americans. So basically, with dental, vision, with the Reliance Standard, a little bit of price increase on the on the dental, the vision dropped a little bit, but
New 2-year rate guarantee.
yeah, another 2-year rate guarantee for both. The employee won't see any difference whatsoever in coverage, not one thing. With the standard, you don't need cards. It's all done by your last four of your social. There's no card to hand out and mail everything. It's seamless that way. With the life, you got the 25,000. One thing you don't offer, what's the life insurance for? It's not for the person. It's for the loved ones of that family, the employee's family, okay? One thing you don't offer, voluntary life.
We do. We talked about that. Just leave it alone.
Okay, and I have an answer for that. So, with the Colonial, you didn't send me that about the Colonial, but
We talked about it.
we're the rep for a Colonial. So with that, we could take over your Colonial, they are even a record for that. We're a Colonial rep for South Dakota. So with that, we can handle that. So there's a breakout and everything, but again, questions on the ancillary stuff, you can go through it. We give you, usually, the first one is your current, the next three. We have like 7, 8 different carriers that we went to, and we took the top 3 and put in there for you. And broke them out. Again, everything across the board there. But everything would be apple to apple, same as you have. But the best thing about all this, that you do not have now, is that we have the platform. You don't have a platform. It's called the ease. So all employees have access, they have a password, a username and password on the computer. So all the ancillary benefit to be on the computer. Be less headache for the staff here at the courthouse, especially the auditor's office, keep everything straight. Everything will be on the computer, no paper. It's all right there. And single pay billing, you put all the ancillaries together, and it's all right there, and it's all one shot. Employees can go in, they can change their beneficiaries and everything. I was at a place here a month ago, and the gentleman was going through, he had the platform, and he had open enrollment. It was June 1st enrollment, we were there in May, and he was going through it, he looked at, he said, well, who's that gal? Her name. He had $50,000 listed for this gal, had no idea who she was. If he would have died, she'd have got $50,000 from him. So again, that's where it's, somebody put that in there. He can change it right there on the spot. You can print it off, you got the records, everything, it's all right there. It is seamless, 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 everything. Also, we can offer you critical illness, accident, council indemnity, all that down the road, if you guys want that. But it's one system, single pay billing, more efficient for the county employees, more effective. The other counties, the other businesses, they love it. And best thing about it, doesn't cost anything. It comes with the package. It comes with that. So it's all one price. You switch everything over with us, we put it all there, and it's seamless. We'll come up, get everybody entered in the computer, done deal.
So if someone doesn't want to use the computer, you know, like, who do they administer through?
You can call us, I'll do it for them. We have other customers, okay. Other people that are computer literate, okay? They don't want to do anything with the computer, call us. Send me an email exactly what you want, I'll put it in, I'll send it back to them, all secure, of course, with everything. Send it back to them, yep, boom, here we are. Now I can mail them the hard copy, and they got it. They're happy. It's seamless, trust me. It works. Everybody loves it.
And I'm gonna go back to the voluntary life again to talk a little bit about what Doug just mentioned. The voluntary life that we have through Reliance Standard, it's got a guaranteed issue of $100,000. I want you to think about that. $100,000 a guaranteed issue. Doesn't matter whether you had a heart attack, stroke, cancer, as long as you're actively at work, you're going to get $100,000 if you're under the age of 65. Okay? You can get up to as much as $500,000 additional coverage with 4 simple questions. have you had a heart attack, stroke, cancer, or HIV? The rates are on a group, graduated basis based on age. Somebody between the ages of 30 and 34 can get a rate of 9 cents a thousand. $100,000 for $9 a month. That's a hell of a deal. It's favorably done. You know, so that long-term life, even though you might have it someplace else, typically places like Colonial, nothing wrong with Colonial, we're Colonial rep. We're gonna push a guaranteed whole life. That's great, but a lot of employees can't get enough coverage to meet their needs by going on a whole life basis, which is the reason why you may want to look at putting in a new term.
That's where the voluntary, 100,000, okay, right now, typical funeral, 20 grand, 15 to 20,000. In South Dakota, okay? You have 25 on the employee, that's hardly gonna cover it, okay? God forbid when that time comes. So with that, with the voluntary, you know, like Roger just said, for the $12 a month, it's a no-brainer, $100,000 guaranteed right off the top. There's no health forms to fill out. Okay, the employee comes next year at this time, okay, new hire different. Let's say, Doug, next year at this time, if we're your agent, comes and says, okay, open enrollment next fall, I want to get that. Now he's got to do a health assessment. Okay, that's a 4-page federal audit, I call it. They ask every question manageable about you. They want to know everything you're on with medicine, yada, yada, everything. Take 2 or 3 months to get it. And then finally they kick it back, oh, we need more information on that. So when that happens, I would tell the employee that open enrollment, now's the time to take it, no questions asked. If you're diabetic, they don't need to know that. They don't know that. They'll take $100,000. It's a no-brainer when you think about it. I'm a Norwegian, you know, come on, it's a no-brainer.
Listen,
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that come in. So that's what we bring that to the table. And, you know, nobody's ever talked about that, but that's what we do. We bring all the options out there. Any option out there you can think of that you want different benefits for everything, we can look at it, research it, that's what we're there for, to help you. Because we want the best benefits for the employees.
I'm curious about the transition again, I think Jim alluded to it, about our the yearly changeover. We went this route from where we're standing now to a calendar year. That transition.
Would you like that? Let me ask, that's a question. That's the 5 year, would you like that?
Do we have an option? Here, we
It's on.
to renew as you, as it is. To renew as is, or going to a calendar year deductible, yeah, it's an option.
With Belmark or with, you talk about just.
Well, unless I'm overridden someplace with almost any carrier.
Any care would do that. There's a little bit of paperwork, but it can be done. It's not forbidden, it's not taboo, it happens. If you want it, it can happen. A little bit of, goes back and forth, but it can happen.
But you're absolutely right, that gap from January, or September to January, you know, that's kind of a double squeeze.
Let's start over with her.
Yeah. So you pray God those 4 months, you don't really have anything go wrong. But again, that's out of our control. Your control is only one person.
What's the difference from going from calendar year to where we're at right now, year to year? We go from September to September.
It is, it's a psychological thing, everything starts new the first of the year.
A lot of schools
We
like
can do it. We can leave it as is.
Oh, sure. A lot of them, for example, school, budget year, July 1, that's what they like their insurance then. But again, that's the budget, they can budget that way. You know, you can get your budget switched, figured out, in first 6 months, whatever, and you get your budget from
Well,
January
we're
to
gonna be
December.
going through, but
Yeah.
our budget has to be set
Yes.
by,
October 1st.
October first,
So is this how we got on this rotation?
I'm sure it is.
Because health insurance is a big expense, we want to deal with it during budget process.
Great, so if you go to January first, they won't come to renew until,
November.
November.
So the first year is kind of,
Yeah, but we're through our budget process already in
Yeah.
November. Our budget's already been set.
okay,
the year.
So you wanna go back to,
We can look at this next year, we can do this, and then all of a sudden, we can have everything kind of ready for you for next year, if you wanna do it that way.
I'm just saying, why couldn't you just leave it where it's at?
And annual ongoing basis, they prefer to have.
And then that's your call.
Yeah, I would-
I was gonna say, that's what I was wondering.
Because things are applied, if you can leave it that way.
Yeah, your call.
Because actually it'd be better now because we're doing our budget now.
Yeah,
If we go to,
January one.
I get what you're saying, in the mind, everything starts due in January, but for us,
we end up with a finalized number. We accept an insurance provider, and we end up with a finalized number in our budget. So.
so we know what it's gonna
Yeah,
be.
we know what we're gonna be putting into the budget,
So
so.
those other counties you work with, most of them do it January?
Yes.
You're
Out of the
You're
budget.
you're on the minority side of this on that one for the,
How do they budget for it?
they work it, the first year was hell, I'll be honest with you, when they first.
Even after that, that falls, for the state, it falls the wrong time.
We can normally get an indication of what the renewal is going to be 3 months prior.
You get,
But, yeah,
3 months prior, you get your numbers guaranteed. You have
you
to,
gotta be careful, I'm not guaranteed, but that's a good indication.
but as a broker, we have to give it to you 45 days before, that's what I'm getting at. So,
We would just have a concern, we would just have a concern that we would,
then
we
we,
were finalizing a budget, we would estimate a 5% increase, and it goes up 10. We estimated 10, it goes up 20, you know.
if
And
there's
then
any 10,
that,
and it goes up 2, you're ahead of the game.
yeah, but we wanna have numbers that align.
I would not,
We have enough unpredictables without having the
I
insurance.
was on board for 18 years and chairman for 12, I've been there, John, I know what you're talking about. I've done the church board for another 12, 14 years, so I know, I'm with you. But again, that's your call.
Those dollars I get, if that work begins to build and build and build, those dollars that are in there, is that an issue? Doug, do you know, have you done any research?
Is that an issue?
Issue with our funds, the way things are.
No, I wouldn't think so, being you can't pull anything out of it for any other purpose.
Except for employee benefits.
Yes.
So if this is the best method to save money, right, in your opinion?
If you want the same deductible plans options you have now, and you want to save some money, I can't think of a better way of doing it.
Okay, so let's say that the commissioners do this and 6 months or 6 years down the road, they go, we don't like this. There's gonna be a huge boomerang come back out of it.
No,
What would there be? If premiums continue to rise in the
Sure.
traditional plan,
sure,
how can you say no?
because we're not going to let you,
Get out.
no, we're not the school board.
Seriously, if you get out of it, you no longer enjoy the savings of it, so you're gonna experience a health industry that is.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're talking about saving you $30,000 over a year's period of time where your increase is 15. So if you get out of that, and the savings doesn't seem to be working for you, yeah, you're gonna take an increase, it's gonna be whatever the going rate is at that particular time.
I guess I have a question on the insurance a little bit here, but does Mark, I know you keep talking about the savings that we're gonna have, but what honestly is the risk of this for the county? Like if we take the savings, you show that there's a max risk of 45,000, so we're actually, what if we have a whole bunch of people get really sick
It's
and
never-
have,
No.
you get what I'm saying? Am I asking a stupid question? Am I asking a dumb question?
It's a very good question, that's why we show you the maximum risk, okay? Could it happen? Yeah, and there could be, everybody die of cancer next week too, but the thing is, statistically, we've been doing this for a number of years, statistically, we've never had a claim year for any of our, that have ever gone over 25%. That's why we show you 33%, and what the break-even point is.
Okay, I just wanted you guys to bring that up, because all I could hear was
No,
pushing that we're saving 40,000, we're saving.
It's an excellent question.
You can ask that.
Okay,
Our average utilization this last year from all our clients was 18%.
Is that accurate that 65% of our employees would have to meet their deductible for this to be a
And
wash.
they,
To negate,
Yeah.
to negate, savings.
And we had that question, others, when we go back and deal with the other counties and stuff, the new commissioners, and not really heard them, and then and you're doing this first year, correct? So it's like, they don't understand that, so they ask the same question, because they see that, because they're like, okay, what's this? Great question.
That first year, I suppose you have the most risk, so you have something built up in there potentially, I imagine.
well,
You're not gonna have much in there
The-
immediately.
That's just it, the biggest risk is going to come within the first 6 months, because you may have claims that exceed what your bucket is. But by the end of the year, that bucket's going to be exactly where we anticipated.
But it all comes back to the question that Roger asked earlier. How much do we need to save? What is this, a good number for you guys to save money? For us to take over, is raising the record. 30,000 enough?
Can you save us more than that?
Try. We offer it for free.
That'd be good.
So, the question I've got is, what is going to be the out-of-pocket for the individual employee? Because most of ours will be the same as they got now, so if they've got an HSA and they're at 45, it'll stay 45.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Nothing's gonna change that way.
Nothing
Employees,
changes.
As far as the employee, nothing changes. We save it by us buying it down.
Yes.
Here's where the confusion is gonna come in, and here's where it's our job to do the employee meetings. When they get their ID card, and I'm just gonna go back to the $4,500 deductible, and looking at the Blue Cross, we're showing $5,500 deductible. When they get their Blue Cross card, it's gonna say $5,500. They're gonna go, wait a second, I've got a $4,500 plan. That's where we're gonna come in, and we're going to show them a sheet very similar to this, explaining exactly how that works, in that your plan is actually at 4,500. Another thing we're going to do, and we haven't even touched on this, Dan, bring out, there we go. There's,
Have you ever seen one of these before? Do you have one now? This is a benefit summary book. This has everything in there that we put together for you at no charge. It has everything, all the plans, everything, numbers, the compliance, everything in here. This is, right now, everybody loves this because this is what they want. The SCBs are on back, okay? Taking care of the baby, it's all listed right there. This is a sample book. It all listed all right there. That will all be right there for you. It explains the MERP in here with all the employees and everything. It comes right down to it. All your benefits, all the different, if you want to add legal shield, everything that you want to have, put in here, everything about supplemental life, it's all listed there. Everything's in here.
we're gonna put this book together, we're gonna put it in PDF, we're gonna send it to Doug. Let me print out a copy to give it to each employee. And it's gonna have who the carriers are, what your plan, what your plan number is, where the web number is, what the phone number is, more important, who we are. And we're gonna go into the medical, the dental, the vision, the life insurance, and any other benefits that you want us to put in that book. And it's gonna explain, and especially when it gets to the work, it's going to explain in that book exactly how it works. And if you've got an employee that goes to the doctor and says, well, how does our medical plan work again? Well, where's your book? Well, I don't know, I lost it. Well, here's another one.
Well,
But more importantly, it keeps you legal. It's got all the corporate information in the back, sorry, and it's got all the SPCs. And those are things that you're required each year to give your employees at the end of the year, or at the beginning of the year for the next plan year, so they have some idea of what's going on. And it's all in that book, so you're legal. And it provides all that information, you do it as one of our customers.
in the very last page, which I tore off, there's an acknowledgement from the employee saying, I, John Doe, hereby have read and acknowledged the benefit book from XYZ and have received it on this date. So that person, the HR person, or Doug here, has a copy of that. So if somebody comes back to you as a commissioner, I'm totally serious, it happens. Comes back as commissioner, pulls your site downtown, excuse me, but crap of shit, nobody told me what's going on, I'm getting hosed. Well, you got the book, you read it, Doug got the copy that you received it, hey, nobody fault but your own.
the employees have to do a little homework, they have to do a little bit of reading, understand that.
CYA.
Yeah.
What's that?
CYA.
I didn't want to use that term, sir.
So in other words, if we go with this, there will be no HSA.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
oh, yeah,
that still stays.
That still stays.
yes.
Like I said, everything stays the same, we're just buying that down, employees won't know any difference. But you guys will, because you're saving the money with the buy down.
So what's but then we're still using a Wellmark, for the HSA plan? We're still using, so on the HSA plan, we're still buying down from a Wellmark plan on that one?
If you do the work, that's what we would recommend is going to higher deductible and buying that down to the current plan.
Budget, I got green age with the fan, I hear that louder than
But we wouldn't, then we wouldn't be with, Walmart.
You could be,
You could be.
it will work either way, but here's the difference. The bottom line is, we can save you a lot of money on those 8 employees on the $1,000, the $1,000, $2,000 deductible. We're gonna cost you money on the HSA. The offset is if you go to Blue Cross with our plan, then it's gonna cost you about $10,000 more than what your currently renewal is gonna be. Okay, so you're gonna pay more to get to Blue Cross. If you want to stay with Avera, it's clear savings. It's going to be roughly $30,000 all across the board. $20,000 on the smaller plan, $10,000 on the HSA plan.
So your proposal for the maximizing savings would be the HSA folks would go to Avera. All the other two plans would go to Walmart.
To maximize the savings, we probably recommend you stay with Avera. Let us do the work and handle that for you.
And forget Walmart. Stay
And forget Walmart.
Take, unless you want to go with the open and have that luxury of going anywhere with Walmart. That's again, said that's your call. That's why we want to give you options. That's what a broker does, is give you several options. We had brought more, but the other 2 or 3 didn't want to quote.
Well, we had one carrier, a company called Allied, that gave us great numbers. And I said, this looks good, how firm are they? Oh no, we need applications. I said, so the numbers can change? Yeah. And I said, that's a no-go, it's no deal, because those numbers could fluctuate 20 to 30 to 40%. I'm not gonna do that to you or your employees. So, Allied was not even a consideration.
We took that off the table. Questions? But the biggest thing for this to work, a couple things need to happen. Number one thing, agent of record, that needs to happen. And that would be a signature from chairman or the auditor making us your agent, and then we can put this into play. If that happens, this is pretty much just on paper. So, same way with the ancillary benefits. I'd recommend changing everything over Reliance Standard with the East platform, and then everything's right there for you.
That's an
Life
easy change.
Pardon?
It's an easy change.
Easy change. And that platform is there, we'll come up and train Doug, might take a little bit, but we'll train him. A lot. And, sorry, I had to say that. But again, it's a smooth transition. Because instead of having a file for everybody, whatever Doug had, but all the employees would have it there on their computer at home. Or here at the courthouse, or at the highway shop. They can log in, look it up, everything, it's all right there. So again, that's what everybody's going to, that platform is the way, everybody's going there with it, they love it. The paper's going out. No ID cards with Reliance Standard, worry about losing it, I didn't have my card, get lost, or I didn't get my card in the mail, I can't go see the doc and get my eyes checked, no. It's all on the computer, go where last word, social number, boom, it's all right there, so.
Now, psychologically, a lot of employees like that ID card. The insurance company will send them out. We can create them. Don't like to, but we can. We'll laminate them and send them out to the employees, so they got that little card that they can hand to the doctor's office.
Sarah that's 63, that's all, I want my card, so we can do that for her. But Joe that's 25, never seen a card before, I don't care, I don't need it.
I think every time I've been to the doctor's office, they ask me for my insurance card,
At the medical,
medical.
okay,
Yeah.
this is ancillary,
Just
I'm
get
talking,
vision.
I'm talking vision and dental now, okay? Oh yeah, medical, yeah, it's, you get a card, but this is ancillary. So,
So what would be the, why would Doug have to be trained just to learn how to run it?
I'm just messing with you. I have to pick it, sorry. No, it's pretty easy.
Sit, roll over or bark it.
Huh?
I don't know how to sit, roll over or bark it.
I picked it up in 15 minutes. So it's pretty, pretty basic.
See, now here's the difference, though, he's 60, I'm 72, ain't doing it. That's why I've got him.
So, questions at all, gentlemen? I mean, we're here, that's what, again, if you want to do this, AOR for the medical and AOR for the ancillary, that'll all change, employees won't know any difference. The only people who know any difference if they read the commission meetings or if they're watching on here after your decision. Other than that, they won't know any difference with that. And then we can put in the platform, but all that needs to come over. Again, all the company, Reliance Standard, Colonial, we're the Colonial rep. We can make that, your Colonial rep right now is down in Nebraska. And we do everything for you. We be everything for you. Like I said, we're in town once a month minimum. We have several counties around here that we work with. So we're coming through here to visit our other customers, plus other customers that we have in the area. So it's not like Doug's not gonna see it. Like I said earlier, I may be here, like, you guys meet, what, twice a month?
That's one.
Once a month? Okay, so it's like, probably like get on the counter, come up here every other month, so it's like, give me 5 minutes, you got questions, okay, anything, concern, boom, if not, see you later, goodbye. I was just on a county commission conference call on the way up here today, up north. And so, because we wanted to check in, and they said, we get up there about 4 times a year. They said, you don't have to drive up, we'll just put you on a conference call. Great. And they were all happy with that, and they were all just pleased with punch with all.
Of the 30, whatever counties,
36.
how many are on do the work versus traditional?
Probably 20.
Yeah.
A little over half.
Close.
Right around there.
Last year, we picked up 5 counties, and this year, we're probably going to do the same. Because this is this is where, it's taxpayer money, you know that. And that's where it's like, we can have the savings, there's no good, So, questions at all? You might have gone too long. Doug's getting hungry. So,
Always hungry.
so, any questions, gentlemen?
You got the last hand on the clip or not?
Which one? Oh,
No, the spreadsheets.
the Merck,
Yep, yep. Just hand them. I got one. Get to the next one.
okay, and we got another one here for you.
No, this is, we've already talked about this, so. This is just showing you the current and the numbers. So when you're looking at the savings, go to 20% on both plans, total it up, comes to about 30,000, a little more.
So go back to Jane's question earlier. You said your average
Utilization,
between all of your work people, was 18%.
Yes.
What was your highest?
20, right at 25%, 24.5.
Was your highest?
What's that?
That was at one time.
One second. It just doesn't happen. That's 25% of all belly buttons getting that deduction. Not gonna happen. I should say not going to 30.
Any other questions at all?
Just hand that last one, the letter out from the,
I didn't.
you got it all. Hey, we've been going almost an hour, I apologize for eating so much time.
We had a lot of discussion on this last year about whether to do it.
Guys, this works. All I'm going to ask you to do is call the references. If you need more references, we'll give you some more. In that example I used when we first started, about the county saving $400,000, it was actually $450,000. I mean, it works.
Bigger county. So, if you need more, I'd like to, email them to Doug or you guys, and so you can call, but there are the other auditors and stuff, and Mid Dakota, so call Scott. Prime example, Connie over there in the office, the prime example, she'll clears this up and down. I think they've been on it 3 years now. So.
Guys, we got nothing else. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Let us know. We're here for you that way. You're gonna do the AOR, that should be done sooner than later, because that takes about a month to get through the system and everything. So if you're gonna do that, go with the savings and everything. That needs to be done soon. Okay? Gentlemen, I appreciate it very much. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have that one medical claim in that we talked about.
Okay.
Prepare the board.
Oh, we'll have to go into executive session.
Yeah.
Motion to go into executive session.
Second.
1706, do I have?
Since we were supposed to go last instead of first, I just want to make sure that, we can do